So it's my pleasure to call to order we're doing a little switcheroo. We're going to do, at the request of a council member, we're going to switch the order and do the very short town council meeting first, and then do the thing that we're all here for, which is the parks discussion. So I'm going to call to order the town council meeting. And start by asking if there's anyone present who wants to comment on something not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Oh yeah, roll call first. Sorry.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Thier.
Here.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Present.
And Mayor Wellner.
Here, thank you.
Hi, Nora Noguez, also a Tiburon resident. The reason I wanted to say something was that I was a little bit concerned about having sat through the Diversity Inclusion Task Force way that these proposals come before the city or the town. And I think that there needs to be how should I put, a program. I actually did a little research today. I called San Francisco and found out from them that the way they allocate money for these things is through what they call grants for the arts. And it's a very streamlined process that has criteria and, measures that they have to essentially establish. And not all the money comes from San Francisco. The people that are coming before them for these events actually go and get money from other sources. But this seems to be a very ad hoc process. And in terms of accountability, and as a resident of Tiburon, I don't like the idea that it just happens on an ad hoc basis. So I would strongly ask the town council to consider putting in place some sort of a very logical, fair process where there is accountability, and that it doesn't just all fall on the town to underwrite these events. I have no dispute that these are wonderful events. I go to them myself. I think they're fabulous, but that's not the way to run, a train. So for lack of a better metaphor, but thank you for everything that you do. And I mean, again, there are so many other jurisdictions that are doing this. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Please use the resources that are available. Don't hire a consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please come up if you have a comment on something not on the agenda.
Good evening. I'm George. Since 1972. And looking at the audience, there are some people here who have been here even longer, some who have been here since 72, others who were here in 72, but it did not want to drive. I was one that was old enough to drive. When I first came here, I didn't have the clover leaf to go south to San Francisco. And President Nixon had put in a 70 to get cheap and with sashes would come and stop the traffic on Lyford Drive. And that was really, first of all, twice a day. And secondly, in the rest of the day, wasn't. And even when we were there, we were just kids, because school was 6th grade. I called the same person and I said, look, you've got to do something. He sent me 5 conditions to me to get a traffic signal. It took 2 years to put it in. Down Baton did the same for Trestle. There was no traffic signal at Trestle. We lost it a very one of our kids crossing legally died. And so I have been interested in traffic safety for a long time. In addition, we're getting rid of gas-powered leaf blowers, as you know. And I'm here to ask you just to put on the agenda the idea of a tunnel that I read about that may take some issue of crossing into the sports fields for Del Mar. Anything that we can do to limit the exposure of kids to cars and also the bicyclists that have a very narrow path to run, I'd appreciate that you at least put it on the future agenda so we can discuss the concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Thompson, long-term resident, and thanks, George. I did known George forever, but I did not ask him to come tonight. I'm here to ask you to put the Del Mar Tunnel on the agenda as well. Now, I've had some back and forth with Greg just earlier today, and the current process is to have it going through with the traffic study, parametric study. So here's why I think that's not a good idea. It should really be a standalone project going on its own path because for a couple of reasons. One, yes, while it has great traffic benefits, it's really more about pedestrian passage and actually more part of this whole parks plan that we're going to be talking about tonight because it's going to feed people so easily into the whole south of the Knoll, Playground, McKegney Green, Blackies, Bayfront area. As those areas, just as we have more activity happens there. So the other reason I think it should be on the big reason why I think it should be on its own path is because, as I know, sitting over where you are for many years, we all know Caltrans moves really slow. And we want to get that into the pipeline as soon as possible so that maybe we can realize this in 5 years instead of 10 years, a decade or more. The last reason is that this thing's baked. This thing, we've got pricing, we've got a construction timeline, and we have already some preliminary designs that I have not shared with anyone. We have an incredible opportunity here because the CEO of Del Undergrounding lives here, married a long-term Tiburon resident. And so far, and I'm not making any promises for them, they've been doing this gratis and they're interested. So what's missing is just kind of ideas. Let's get some more details down, have a public hearing. Let's get some public comment. Nobody wants it, fine. Nobody wants it. That's probably not going to happen, but let's hear it out. Get this thing on the fast track so that it gets into the Caltrans pipeline and we get this sooner rather than later. That's all I'm asking for. Let's learn from the presentation. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Normally we don't respond to comments, but given the level of letters and interest, I feel compelled to provide some response. I think this actually isn't the first time, Andrew, that you've come to the council with an idea while we are studying a bigger issue and asked to bring something forward that is your idea kind of out of order and in isolation. And the reason I feel obligated to talk about this is that the council very thoughtfully has over the last year, as you know, engaged with a notable traffic firm to take a look at many possible changes to Tiburon Boulevard that will affect traffic and safety and other issues, and to evaluate them in terms of cost, in terms of safety impact, and in terms of traffic impact. And to look at one thing in isolation rather than to compare apples to apples and look at all the different possibilities, identify all the possible costs, identify each thing's impact to safety and each thing's impact to traffic does not make a lot of sense to me. So one of the reasons you haven't seen it on the agenda yet is because there is a thoughtful process going on in which we're looking at traffic issues. I'm committed this year to have that report finalized, to look at all of the different possible steps that we could take to both increase safety and mitigate traffic, which is a huge priority. And then the council can take a look both at the proposal that you're making, as well as a number of other proposals that would have a large impact on safety and on traffic. And we can line them up and then have a hearing on all those things together. And if people really are advocating for that tunnel, when you see what the cost, safety impact, and traffic impact is relative to other potential steps that we could take, then by all means, we should do it. But this sort of campaign to have one issue looked at in isolation, I think is not good governance. And in my opinion, we've asked, this is not a.
And Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
we're only supposed to briefly respond to public
Okay.
comments. So I'd like you to conclude your remarks and
All right,
move on.
I'm concluded. That's all I wanted to say. Any other public remarks on something not on the agenda?
So my issue tonight that I wanted to just bring up relates to the Greenwood Beach restoration project, and specifically to the Delta, where there is plans for digging, excavating, mining, or borrowing, whichever verb you prefer. This is going to happen in an area where there are Tiburon lots in what is called the marine zone. And these lots were erroneously left out of the EIR study when that was planned. And basically, they need a CUP, conditional use permit, and it has to go through the planning commission because they need to do that if they're going to use this land for access. And basically what the town and the county will be doing is changing publicly accessible land into an area of inaccessible land for an unknown period of time, because the designers does not know how long it will take for the ditch, the material that they want to dig and dredge up and move somewhere else on the beach to create drift sills. They don't know whether that will ever come back, and they don't know how it will come back or where the material come from for it to come back. So the data has not been collected. It's not been studied because it was left out of the EIR, and it's not known how long or if it could ever become reaccessible. So I am at this point doing the same thing that Andrew is doing, is I'm making a request for this issue to come back up in front of the Planning Commission for a CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on an item not on the agenda tonight? Okay.
I do have someone.
Oh, you do have someone
Yes.
online? Please.
We will recognize Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth, and I'm a Tiburon resident, and I would like to ask the town council to consider in a future town hall making a law where existing playgrounds have to be updated every 5 years so that it maintains safety and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Any other comments?
Seeing none.
Great. Okay, so we can close public comment and move to the consent calendar. Is there anyone on the council who would like to pull an item off the consent calendar? No? Is there anyone in the public who either wants to comment or, well, who wants to pull an item off the consent calendar for discussion? Anyone online?
Seeing none.
And
Great.
Mayor, if I may, I just need to do a report on one of the consent agenda items before you accept it or approve it. On the agenda item tonight is an amendment to the town manager agreement. And that agreement has certain increases in his underlying contract, which are stated in the staff report. And this report is required by the Brown Act.
Terrific, thank you. Any public comment? I mean, in terms of being interested in pulling a consent item, we said no? Is that right? Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the consent items?
So moved. Second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nick Bar,
Yes.
and Mayor Wellmer.
Yes. Great. So moving along, we go to the action item regarding grant funds for a battery energy storage system at the police station. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's okay. While we work on tech, I'll just intro. Since summer of 2025, town staff have been working with Marin Clean Energy in developing a project to install a battery energy storage system at the Tiburon Police Station located at 1155 Tiburon Boulevard. Through this process, the town has secured $660,000 in grant funding through the MCE Energy Storage Program, which provides payments to MCE customers installing what are called behind the meter battery energy storage systems paired with existing solar, which the police station does have. And this program is typically geared towards critical facilities like the police station, which of course is our police station, but it also acts as our emergency operations center for the entire peninsula for both Belvedere and Tiburon. During normal operations, participating facilities would charge this battery using on-site solar and then dispatch energy daily between 4 and 9 p.m. to reduce peak demand on the grid and also at the building. In addition to supporting grid reliability, this battery provides resiliency benefits by supplying backup power during emergencies and grid outages. This approach helps lower all overall energy costs for participating customers, supports grid reliability, and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. In December of 2025, the town released a request for proposal seeking contractors to bid on the project. And we received four proposals, and a group of folks interviewed 2 of the respondents, and staff is recommending, if council wishes to move forward, that we would move forward with a company called Sirius Controls. The proposal from Sirius Controls, which is included in the staff report as an exhibit, provides 3 different battery storage size options, including a 400 kilowatt, a 500 kilowatt, and a 600 kilowatt system. Each option results in a different combination of estimated energy savings and facility resilience, which we'll discuss in just a little bit, as well as resulting in a different total project cost and required town financial contribution. And that's we're going to cover that here in just the next couple slides. And I've taken 2 of the tables from the staff report, and we'll try to summarize this very briefly. On this slide, you'll see the 3 different size systems, 600, 500, and 400. The next column is essentially what the town would need to contribute. No matter the size of the battery, the grant would remain at $660,000. So for the smaller battery system at 400 kilowatts, the town would contribute $111,817. The 500 kilowatt result in a $201,817 contribution, and the 600 kilowatt, a $293,484 contribution. Similar to the grant size, no matter the battery size, the energy savings, well, there are 2 ways we measure energy savings. One is just straight up, how much energy would we save in our in the meter of the police station. Our annual estimated expenditure on electricity at the facility is about $27,000. No matter the battery size, we would estimate to save about $16,150 on that energy bill. And that would result in a simple payback of the 3 different years of the town's contribution of 18, 12, and 7 years. There is, however, a possible new MCE program called the Virtual Power Plant. We'll call it the VPP. And although all the details haven't been released and the program isn't live yet, we understand it's very likely to go live in the coming months. If in fact this system were accepted into the VPP program, that would increase the savings because the town would essentially be paid per kilowatt for the power produced. And that would, for this 600 kilowatt system, the total savings would be $35,422. and for the 532,210, and for the smallest system, 28,888. And that, of course, reduces the payback of the town's contribution based on the battery size. The other way we looked at this project is in terms of resiliency. And in simple terms, we looked at how many days would the battery, if it were fully charged, power the facility based on our average load. And this is a bit more complex than you might think. And we had Serious Controls do a very detailed analysis of this, which is included in the staff report as a separate exhibit. But to summarize it, by seasonality, the 600 kilowatt system would provide 15 days of power in the summer, 3.2 days of power in the winter, and 18 days of power in the shoulder seasons. And you can see the results for the other two battery sizes would be slightly less as the battery size goes down. The reason for the large disparity in winter is simply a matter of solar production. The sun is lower in the sky, and the solar production is decreased dramatically in the winter. And the reason the shoulder season is higher than summer and winter, even though you get slightly less solar, you use less power because the HVAC system isn't working as hard in the spring and fall as it does in the summer and winter. So tonight, we're asking the council if they support the project to determine which project option is the preferred one, and that would establish the town's required financial contribution. And we're asking you to adopt resolution that's attached as Exhibit 3. And I'm going to just summarize what that resolution would do. It would accept the $660,000 in grant funding. It would confirm the amount of the town's required financial contribution. It would direct staff to establish a reserve fund for the project and transfer the required contribution amount into the new reserve fund. And it would also direct staff to include the project in the town's fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement program. And finally, it would authorize the town manager to execute all agreements, amendments, and related documents necessary to implement the project and comply with all the requirements of the MCE Energy Storage Program.
Great, thank you. That was
With
a
that,
great
we'll
report.
Take any questions.
Before we take questions, can you put back on the screen the cost page? Okay, so the grant is for 660,000, is that right?
Correct, no matter the battery size.
And then the town contribution would be between this 111 and 293, is that right?
Correct, 111 and 293. Yep.
Okay, all right, are there any other questions for staff, please?
I know this is a difficult question, but are there any statistics that would give us a sense of what is the longest time we would need to rely on the power generated? I mean, you have a spread there. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if there's a median.
So the data that I showed on the screen is simply an analysis of the system. What you're asking, I think, is what's the likely length of time the system would need to be powered, which of course is difficult to say. I've been here 10 years. We've had any number of power outages in that time. The longest that I remember was the public safety power shutoffs in 2018, perhaps, where we were without power for over 3 days. One thing I failed to mention, no matter the battery size and sort of no matter what happens in terms of resiliency, the police station currently has a backup diesel generator that would act as sort of the final backstop, that if the battery were depleted, the diesel generator would turn on and would actually charge the battery as well. So that's sort of a second layer of resiliency. So we're not relying 100% on the battery for resilience, if that is helpful.
Mm-hmm. Other questions?
Just a comment. So in sort of a stretch, I was thinking of the worst thing that could happen based on a meeting where the actual focus of it was to increase the shipbuilding capabilities of the San Francisco Bay Area, because the most likely thing that would happen would be a military attack from the east. And so that certainly would affect our power outage, but it sounds like a really low probability. And so We're just looking, I guess, at PG&E shutdowns.
Or a natural disaster that interrupts power, right? An earthquake,
Wildfire or something.
wildfire, any number of events could result in a power outage beyond PG&E public safety power shutoffs. That's helpful. Yeah.
Other questions for staff, but before we go to public comment?
So right now you've got the resolution coming before us.
Correct.
Is there also going to be a contract coming before us?
You would, by passing this resolution, you would be authorizing me to sign all contracts, amendments, and agreements that will be required as part of the grant process. So the next step would be, and the reason we're doing this tonight is MCE is required to, we need to make our recommendation to the Department of Energy by the end of this month on what proposed system we want to go with. And then there'll be a month or two period where the DOE will eventually hopefully approve our project. And then there are a number of agreements that will need to be signed, some that the town is actually not a party to. This is an unusual grant in the sense that we are being granted $660,000, but the reimbursement of that 660 will actually go directly to the contractor and won't flow through the town. The town's contribution, of course, would come from us.
How does it go directly to the contractor?
MCE actually will reimburse the contractor directly.
Okay, so is MCE then going to be working directly with this contractor?
So there'll be an agreement between MCE and the town called a program participation agreement. And then there'll be a separate agreement between MCE and the contractor. And the town will be, there'll be one more agreement probably between the town and the contractor.
Oh, okay, so my question is actually, who is actually supervising this contractor's work on a day-to-day basis?
The town will be.
The town will be.
Yep.
Okay, and I have a few questions. What is our system? This is a Davis-Bacon job and it's it's 660,000. So what is our system for making sure that they're paying prevailing wage?
It will be it's considered a public contract, so we have to pay prevailing wage.
Right, but how are we going to ensure that the contractor is paying prevailing wage? Are we going to require certified payrolls? What are we going to do on this job? This is a $660,000 job and it's prevailing wage. So
since we haven't seen all the agreements yet, it's standard language in all of our agreements that the town enters into there's language detailing the requirements for certifying payroll and making sure that the contractor complies with all the applicable requirements.
I think David.
Yes.
He went to the mic.
Thanks. Yeah. I will be creating a DIR number and submitting it, and then they will have to submit their payrolls over to the DIR and then close out the project with them when the project's complete.
Okay, perfect. So they will be submitting certified payroll to us on a bi-weekly basis or however they
The DIR.
Okay, it's
That's the DIR, correct?
directly here. Okay. So basically we're approving the resolution tonight. Is that it?
Correct. Which, just to be clear, is establishing, you really need to choose which size project the council wants to go with, the battery size. And then we will complete the resolution based on that. It's basically fill in the blank. And then the mayor, of course, will sign the resolution.
So can I are the costs scaled in any way based on the size of the system? So it's cheaper per kilowatt to buy the larger system size?
Not necessarily.
Actually, the opposite appears to be true.
Yeah.
There's not
It's weird.
I mean, if and we didn't make a straight up recommendation in the staff report, but if you're looking for a recommendation, I mean, purely on the finances, you would go with the smallest battery. You get all the energy savings. You get the same amount of energy savings without the VPP program. And you get the $660,000 no matter what battery size you go with. So from a financial perspective,
Scale.
I think it makes a whole lot more sense to go with the smallest battery. The only difference would be if the VPP program is a real thing, there is some advantage to go up in battery size, and there's a incremental advantage in resiliency, but perhaps not
Yeah,
worth it for the money. So.
Okay, just questions for staff and then public comment. Any more questions? Okay, is there anyone who would like to comment on this proposal?
Hi, Andrew Thompson, long-term resident. Town manager took most of my words out of my mouth. It's a no-brainer. The smaller battery the bigger one is just overkill. And the probability of multi-day outages is just very slim. So save the $180,000. It's a smart move.
Thank you. We can just add it at the end. Any other public comment? Anyone online? Oh,
I'll make a public comment. My name is Emily Poplaski. I'm actually a resident of Belvedere. I think one thing to look for in this proposal is just how long the lifespan of the battery is for. So if you recoup the savings in 7 years, but the battery lifespan is about that or less than that, then it just might not make sense. And then the last thing to talk about here is that if you wanted to get to the 600 kilowatt size, I think it's actually cheaper perhaps to have two 400 kilowatt batteries, and you would have more output with that. So thank you. I could be wrong about the last point, but thanks.
thank you. Any other public comment?
I do have a couple online. We will start with Stephanie.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Hall. I'm an electrician with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 551. My very first project when I was an apprentice 12 years ago was actually in Marin at the CHP substation. So I was excited to see this project on the agenda today and look forward to watching it be built by members from our community. However, I would love to see language adopted for this project that include a skilled and trained workforce. It's not a huge ask, and the big picture here is all about safety. You hear far too many stories from around the world about the dangers of batteries, but I can attest, since I am a product of a local apprenticeship program that covers the beautiful city of Tiburon, that the standards, requirements, and testing that is included in an apprenticeship program ensure the highest standard for electricians. In California, as an electrician, you are required to be state certified, yet it's not strictly enforced. I can say it is by far the hardest test I've ever gone through, but it's critical that electricians working on such projects are held accountable, including skilled and trained on this project, ensure safety for workers and the community. I do appreciate the comments about prevailing wage, but we do see far too often workers getting misclassified and paid incorrectly. So I think adopting language that does include skilled and trained would definitely protect the workforce on this project. Thank you.
Wait until after the public comments are done.
No.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say something in response to the last comment. That is actually the language that I will be proposing when we get to discussion on this matter by the council. So thank you for your comments.
Other public comment?
Next is Jared.
Just a quick mic check. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Jared Mumm. I am also a local journeyman electrician and business representative with IBW Local 551, and I'm here to echo Stephanie's comments about state certification and skilled and trained workforce requirements. It is a public project, and as has already been discussed, already requires that contractors pay prevailing wages. That's great. However, I often find contractors using trainees with just a couple years or sometimes just a few months worth of experience on projects with no journeyman on site supervising them. So long as they get paid the prevailing rate, well, then, finger quotes, that's good enough, right? And we don't think that that is good enough. We're not getting our money's worth when contractors are allowed to perform work in this manner. What skilled and trained workforce requirements do, right? They plug that loophole. They require that workers are paid, that they require that the workers that are paid as journeymen actually have the journeyman's years of experience. And for electricians, it also requires that 60% of those journeymen on site are also graduates of an apprenticeship program. This helps to ensure that contractors that we pay to complete our projects use people that have the experience and training to get the job done effectively and efficiently. And it incentivizes contractors to take their younger workers and actually put them into apprenticeship programs like they should. These requirements they're good for your projects, good for your community, good for the next generation of American workers. I'm pleased to hear that you're considering utilizing those requirements with this project. Thank you. And again, I'd just like to reiterate inserting some kind of local requirement for contractors using state certified electricians for your electrical work. It's already state law, but it is something that we see broken literally every single day. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment?
Seeing none.
Okay, we'll close that and then bring it back for discussion.
I have questions.
Please.
So this is a question for staff. So the implication is somehow, if we just go forward with this contract, we run a risk of untrained people and unsupervised people performing the electrical work. Is that actually something that happens?
I think this is really code for just making sure that it's union workers.
Actually, I don't think that's what this is. And I want to talk a little bit about skilled and trained workforce, because this is something that I'm proposing to go into this resolution. Tonight, I believe that we are approving the resolution. And what I'd like to do is add under the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, underneath the 6th, whereas, we would say, whereas Tiburon is committed to community safety and a skilled and trained workforce, the contractor must use a skilled and trained workforce on this project. And I do want to talk a little bit about what skilled and trained workforce means. So what it means is that people have gone through a state-approved apprenticeship program or an apprenticeship program. So why is that important? Why is that important? We're building a battery energy storage system facility right next to the Hillarita, right next to the ranch where the children play. And have any of you heard of Moss Landing? Have you heard of the Moss Landing fire that happened in 2025? That was a battery storage system that went up in flames. It brought 55,000 pounds of metal contaminants into the environment and into the Elkhorn Slough, which is 300 acres. And these hazardous metals went into the air. So this is not something that we should take lightly. This project should be built with a skilled and trained workforce. It is for the safety of our community. It is for the safety of our children. And it is to make sure that the people doing this electrical work are doing it in a manner that is safe and that they are trained and specially trained. So these requirements that are in state law are not something to laugh at. These are really serious requirements, and there's a reason why we want a skilled and trained workforce. So I am adding that in, and I am going to move that with the amendment at the appropriate time.
So I still have another question. If we don't use the language that somehow is connected to legality and union people of skilled and trained workforce, does that mean we will get untrained people? Isn't that part of what a contract is about?
I don't think I can answer that question. I believe the project will be built by trained people under the original resolution.
And so if you add this condition that the workers under the particular language that is being proposed of skilled and trained are the only ones that can be hired, does that change the costs of the project?
I have no way of knowing that at this time, and I have no way of knowing whether we can do that. It's not going to be our contract. It's going to be an MCE. The agreements are going to be through the Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Energy, MCE, the contractor in the town. This will not be done with a typical town contract.
So if we pass the resolution as proposed, we still have no control over whether skilled and trained workmen are required.
I don't know.
Do you mind if I chime in really quick? Sorry. This is Grace Ledwith. I'm the sustainability coordinator. This sort of language would be so we will have a professional services agreement with Serious Controls. We won't necessarily have a contract, but we have an agreement regarding just service agreements, typical for our other town projects, where this sort of language would be included. So this is not the final time where this would have to get highlighted, so to speak.
Yeah, and I just want to say that this is a higher level of training to respond to Alice's question. So this would require a higher level of training for the people that work on the job, which is important to the safety of how it's built. So I think that I am going to make a motion with the amendments in it.
Yeah, we're still discussing. Does
That's
anyone
fine.
comment?
There's a second.
So does it, so we don't know that if it changes the economics of the grant or not?
I don't even know if the grant would, if MCE would.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, MCE does jobs like this with this language all the time. So I don't think that, you know, there's an issue there. I think that we owe it to the town and we owe it to our residents to put the language in and work with MCE to make it happen. And, you know, I think that this is our project. It's happening in Tiburon and we need to make sure it's done safely.
But MCE does deal with contracts with this language all the time, so this doesn't have any particular effect. It's just affirming that we support this kind of
Well,
thing.
we don't
This,
know exactly what the contract would contain. And a question for the town council, is it possible that if we require contract language that it would affect whether or not the grant goes through?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to understand what the grant requirements are in order to answer these questions.
All right, so
Okay.
you're moving to do it with your language amended, is that correct? Is there a
Yeah.
second for that?
So before we do that, we have to choose a battery size as well.
well, I want to see if there's a second.
Well, what size are you proposing in your motion?
Yeah, I mean,
Jack, why don't you?
I'm supporting the smallest battery size as well I think
Yeah.
it gives us the best ratio in terms of town contribution to grant, and we still have the diesel backup. So in terms of resiliency, we're kind of stopped out anyway.
Okay, so that's what. the
So
small
400
battery size.
400.
kilowatts.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion for 400 kilowatts with the skilled and trained language. Is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, is there discussion?
So I'm going to do some more discussion. So I want to make sure everyone understands exactly what skilled and trained is, and that it is a higher level of training so that the workers on site are going to have more training. They will have gone through a state certified apprenticeship program or another program that is an apprenticeship program that meets certain standards. And, you know, since this is an electrical facility, it's critical that we have the most trained workers that we can get on site. And, you know, judging from some of the comments, you know, I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what this is and why it's important. And, you know, there's been the Moss Landing fire was not unique. There's been multiple fires of these battery energy storage systems, and we got to make sure that ours is done with a skilled and trained workforce and that we get the most highly trained electrical workers that we can get. So that's why this is important. I really hope that you can support it tonight. And it sounds like it will start the discussion with MCE, who will then do the contract.
Okay.
So again, to clarify, this may have no effect on the further development of these contracts. It'll be further discussions with the people involved. And should they not be able or not required to do this and don't do this, what happens to the contract? Does it fall apart and then we don't have this system?
It's impossible to predict. I just remind folks that the underlying funding for this is the U.S. Department of Energy. And I can't tell you today how that interacts at all with the MCE process or their contracts. So I don't have the answer for that.
So I just have a question. My understanding and just sort of a cursory level of research is that for projects of a certain size, this request is mandatory at the state level. Is that correct?
I don't know.
My cursory research of a half hour confirms that certain types of projects, not necessarily monetary, but certain types of projects from certain agencies are automatically covered under state law. And I don't know if this is one of them or not, but I also understand cities have the ability to also impose this requirement as part of their own contracting procedures.
I guess that's the question is I had is, are we kind of debating something that doesn't need to be debated and it is mandated by state law already? Or are we, I'm not sure if it's something that's already mandated and we're kind of haggling over something that we have to do anyway.
And I can't answer that question because I just found out about this issue. It would require much more research. I don't know what the timeliness of the resolution. One other option is, I don't know if there's a time sensitivity to this and whether it could be continued.
The reason we're doing this tonight is, again, our understanding from MCE is we need to indicate to them our preferred vendor and the project, the proposals, which is the battery size, and that information needs to be forwarded to the DOE for approval by the end of this month. And since we're not having a meeting until April 15th, I asked the mayor and he agreed to have it on this week's agenda.
Do we have information in terms of the vendor that we're hiring? Are they a union contractor?
I do not know. I know they operate in California, down in Southern California quite a bit.
Because if they're not a union contractor, then we'll have a problem, because if we require skilled and trained, all the apprenticeship programs are union programs.
That's true.
And so if our vendor is not a union vendor, then we will be recommending a vendor, but requiring language that they can't sign.
No, they can sign the language. They can hire people.
They would have to become a union shop. So they would have to sign.
No, they can hire skilled and trained workforce, and if they're not a union vendor, they should be a union vendor. I mean, it sound, and the language that I'm proposing is in the resolution, right? Tonight, we're adopting the resolution. The contract is not in front of us. So this would go back to MCE and say, we would like Tiburon, the town of Tiburon, would like to ensure the project's done in a safe manner and would like to have the most highly skilled people that we can have. And I think it's important that we send that message tonight. So that's what we're doing. The contract is not here before us. And I would hope that you guys would all agree that we want to ensure the safety of our community and have the highest skilled and trained labor on the project.
So let me just comment that I am not comfortable that this is the only way to have skilled workforce dealing with this. And we have a motion and a second. I would like to call the question.
Okay. So we'll vote on this. If this passes, it passes. If it doesn't pass, we can propose an altered resolution.
Would you like a roll call vote?
Please do.
Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember
Fredericks?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
I mean, no.
Councilmember Fredericks is voting no.
Acknowledging that you were calling on me, I said yes. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryan.
No.
Councilmember Thier.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
No. So I'd like to move that we adopt the resolution as written.
Second, and with the 400 kilowatt battery.
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier.
No.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to recess the town meeting and move into our joint meeting with Post. We apologize for the delay in getting started on that meeting. And what we're going to talk about tonight is the long-awaited design proposals for 4 parks. I think when I became mayor this year, we identified 3 priorities for the year. One is traffic, which we've already been wrestling with a great deal. And we have a study that we're working on, and we'll come back with recommendations in the next month or so. A second issue was sustainability, which we've had 1 report on and are working to ensure that we achieve our climate goals. And the third one, perhaps the most exciting one, is the adoption of hopefully some terrific new amenities in our parks. So we called for a joint meeting tonight with Post, our Parks and Open Space Commission, and we're excited to do it this way because too often we have recommendations that come from Post. We have a separate meeting and we don't exactly know what the folks at Post are thinking about or wanting us to do. This is a way for us to interact in real time, get the full picture from our colleagues at Post about what they're recommending for each site. We have the consultants available to describe what's being proposed. And the outcome of tonight, we're going to be looking, and staff will describe this shortly in their description, but we're looking at 4 separate park locations, and each one has a preliminary design that's being proposed. And the question before us with regard to each of these parks is whether or not we want to recommend that the consultants go and create a full design that we can then choose to fund and move forward with. Because there's a large volume of information, we're going to go 2 parks that will be presented first. It'll be the Richardson Bay Sanitation District area and the Belveron Park area. We're then going to have council questions, public discussion, make a decision on how to proceed with those parks. And then we're going to start discussing the next 2 parks, which are Bel Air and Cypress Hollow. And each time that we have a discussion about a park, we're asking Post to make the presentation along with the consultants so that we get the full benefit of their recommendations. I want to thank in advance the consultants, our staff, and really our volunteers at Post for doing enormous work to get this to this stage. The master plan process for parks, took a very long time. It was very thoughtful, involved a lot of the community. I know many people are excited to see this move forward, and I think so are we. I've been looking forward to this night for a long time. So with that as an introduction, we'd like a staff report. Are we going to turn it over to Post, or are we going to have our staff? David, are you going to do it?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just,
Or need to roll call of the meeting.
Oh, right, because we're doing a joint meeting with Post, we need to do a roll call for both Post and the council together. So Lee, if you could call the roll.
We'll start with the council. Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Thier. Vice Mayor Nickfar.
Present.
And Mayor Wellner.
Here.
And Post, Commissioner Burr.
Here.
Commissioner Hornbrook.
Here.
And Chairman.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wellner. Town council members and members of the public, Mayor Wellner, you provided a brilliant description of how the process will happen this evening. So our Post commissioners will provide a quick description of the process of how we got here. We had a Post commission meeting February 23rd where the commission heard the consultants present all four parks. They provided some recommendations to the consultants. Consultants at that point went back and revised their plans per the recommendations, and we're here this evening to present them to the town council. So the commissioners will provide each of the subcommittee members that are dealing with each of the parks separately will provide an overview of how we got here. Then we will have the consultants provide a presentation of the amenities at each of the parks. And once they're completed and you hear public questions and you ask questions of the consultant, town staff, or post commission, and you discuss it, the recommendations for this evening for RHAA will be for the first one for the Richardson Bay Sanitary site, approve the conceptual design plans, include any modifications directed by the town council for the site, and authorize the town manager to execute a professional services agreement with RHAA to prepare final design plans, including environmental clearance in the amount not to exceed $388,783. And if town council is not prepared to approve the conceptual plans at this time, provide direction to staff regarding any additional information or action needed prior to bringing them back to town council for consideration at a future meeting. And this would be the same recommendation for the Belveron Mini Park, but that final design agreement is for $96,600.
All right, so are we prepared for post presentation?
Yes, Michael Moon is the subcommittee member for the Richardson Bay Sanitary Site. And if you want to say a few words to council, or do you want to go straight to the presentation from the consultants?
Great. Thank you very much. I'll keep this short because I think the poly market has the odds of us being here by maybe midnight. So try to keep this short. Excited to be here. This is years in the making, working with town council, town staff, post, the community on the master plan. Last year, we came to town council after post meetings, as well as a town council meeting, to talk about the general idea or plan for the lineal park, in which we then hired RHAA, which is going to present some beautiful work today. Just wanted people to remember that the idea of this park was to add much needed amenities for our community, but also keep a large part open and natural, have it balanced, and that this is really an enhancement and not a transformation. So there's a lot of different community opinions. We've received a lot of feedback, and what we've tried to do is best balance all of the interests involved to create a product that we think is fantastic. And we hope that you do like it. And we have received a lot of feedback from the community that they do like this a lot and would like to see this move forward. It's important to say that based on the feedback we have received from the QR codes that we had for the design plans that were set outside of the park for now, I think more than a month, it's still out there today. I saw it the other day. And the post meeting that we had, as well as emails and people who have outreached to me and the subcommittee and our post members, we did incorporate some feedback into this new design that RHA will present. We have more seating. We have an option to consider 1 or 2 volleyball courts instead of just 2. We added a handball wall, a water fountain, and 2 alternative routes for bikes to get through the Old Rail Trail. So with that, I wanted to introduce RHAA to present their beautiful plan.
Thank you so much. And thank you for Mayor, council members, post committee members, and the public for being here for this very important project for the town of Tiburon. Oh, I have it. Sorry. Many of you know that this is the site of the former sanitation ponds. This is really a blessing to get those ponds removed and now have this additional space for the expansion of the waterfront park. It gives you the opportunity to add new amenities. We know you've been through a very long process with the post committee to develop recommendations for those amenities. And so now we are applying all the community input into an actual design. We've developed a concept Ooh, it's not quite fitting in the screen. If there's a way of shrinking. We've developed a design that incorporates the program requirements that came out as a result of the post-commission meetings. The idea is to add a basketball court, 1 or 2 sand volleyball courts, a shade structure with a picnic area, an open lawn with flexible seating, to address the hillside and grading on the site, and to add a ball wall that can be used for a variety of different functions. This is the plan that was presented at the Post Commission, and we have updated this plan based on the input we received at that meeting. These were the images that were presented at the Post Commission. So this is coming down the pedestrian walkway between the Habitat Garden and the expanded park area. This is looking from the picnic area towards the sand volleyball and the waterfront. I think this is the video, so maybe whoever can control that. So this is a flyover looking towards the south. You see the basketball court, the sand volleyball courts, the big lawn area, the picnic area, and the existing bike path and the pedestrian path.
Can you do that again?
So here you see, this was not updated with the most recent design. So you see the basketball, the sand volleyball, the open lawn, and the picnic area. So this shows the design as it was presented to the Post. This is the view from the bike path through to the waterfront and the picnic area. We did an outreach survey that was out there for quite some time, over a month, with signage posted in multiple locations throughout the town with a QR code where people could weigh in on what they liked. And essentially, there was a very strong level of support for the project in the survey, and 75% of the respondents said they will visit the park more often with these new proposed amenities. The plan updates since the Post, and I'm sorry that the little Zoom thing is right on top of the writing, but you can see we were asked to study adding additional seating, including both terrace seating against the existing hillside and other flexible seating. Multiple people mentioned tunnel tops in San Francisco, which is an extreme.
They did. It's a great,
Extremely
yeah.
popular park and heavily used. We were asked to study the bike path circulation and to keep the path that connects the bike path along Tiburon Boulevard and the waterfront bike path pedestrian only. And we were asked to study a ball wall. So this shows the revised.
I'm sorry, when you say you were asked, you're saying you were asked by the commission?
Post commission to look at those.
Do the recommendations at the last meeting, right?
The recommendations.
Great.
So this is the updated plan. You can see here that we added additional terraced seating that is amphitheater style, so that if you want to sit against the existing hillside and look out and watch a volleyball game, or to look at the water, you could sit back there. We also added additional seating on the west side of both the basketball and volleyball that is more casual seating, that could be log seating like that, to give another place for people to sit and watch a game. And there's additional ADA seating next to that. We added a ball wall that takes up a portion of the basketball court that separates it from the sanitary district site. And we added in a lot of flexible seating, a la Tunnel Tops Presidio, with the big movable lounge chairs on the lawn and the movable Adirondack chairs around the picnic area. We also have studied the ways to keep bicycles off the pedestrian only path, and that is shown further down in this presentation. So one of the considerations, is that we study the bike path and bike circulation around this site, because once you build these amenities for the park, there will be a lot more people transferring back from the soccer fields to the basketball to the picnic area, and keeping that as the primary bike circulation would not be a safe solution for those people crossing back and forth. So we looked at the options for how the bicycle traffic could be rerouted. This is an image of the existing bike path at the upper level above the park. You can see it here. This is the site is right there, so you can see it coming along the next to Tiburon Boulevard. What you see here is the existing path that connects to the crosswalk at Stewart Drive, I believe. And then this is an existing bike path where that upper level bike path comes down and connects to the Blackie's pasture area. It's quite a steep slope now. So one of the options that we're looking at is studying this area to really eliminate that steep slope, make a much smoother, wider, safer circulation connection down to Blackie's pasture, and then to make a connection across to the Blackie's pasture parking lot. We were asked to look at the Mill Valley Sausalito pathway, and it is 6 to 8 feet paved. It's wider in some areas, and then there's a 2-foot unpaved shoulder on either side. You're probably very familiar with this heavily used pathway in Mill Valley. So the best practices for bike control and calming, there are multiple options. One is this kind of offset gate along the pathway that makes people, you can't ride a bike through that. So you have to get off your bike. And if you're walking your bike through, you have to do that. We're not proposing a walk your bike path. We're proposing a pedestrian only path. And so we would have signage that indicates that it's pedestrian only. And we would also have some pavement markers where the connection to Stewart Drive meets the bike path to ensure that people are aware that this is a place where people are connecting from across Tiburon Boulevard to the bike path. So these are the two potential options. Option A looks at what I said earlier, regrading the bike path connection from the upper path down to Blackie's pasture and making that a wider, smoother, safer surface to connect to Blackie's pasture, and then having a new bike extension that leads from that location down to the existing path at the parking lot. The second option is looking at the existing path that connects at the waterfront, and if you wanted to make that a paved option, that people that are coming from the parking lot could come along the waterfront and come up to the bike path. It's wide enough now, it just isn't paved. It's a gravel path, and bikes do use it, but it's a gravel path. One thing I do want to mention when we talk about amenities in the sanitation district area, that this is a small piece of a much larger waterfront park with multiple amenities. So the area south of the knoll has a playground that is part of the long-term idea to design that area. The Black East pasture area itself in the master plan that was developed by the Post shows multiple amenities that can happen in that area, including a larger group picnic area, potential nature playground, open field. So this is not the only chance you get to add amenities to your waterfront. We developed an initial cost estimate with a cost estimator that looked at these improvements. The park itself with all the amenities would be at about 1.43 million. The contractor adds their own bonds, insurance, conditions. This is just an estimate, very, very high level estimate. And then there's a contingency in this estimate of 20%, which could be taken up by unexpected things that happen either during design or during construction. So for example, we don't have a super detailed grading plan yet. Once the civil engineer comes in, that will potentially affect some of these contingencies. If it doesn't, that goes away and then the total cost goes down.
So,
Yes.
You're
and
at the end.
sorry,
Go ahead.
Forgot to mention these two alternates for the bike circulation. These are, again, very high level. The bid alt would be adding circulation to the upper pathway, which would be potentially around 750,000, and the lower level, paving the lower level pathway could be $1 million. I personally think that until you have more detailed drawings, that it's hard to get a really accurate estimate for those.
Questions?
In a second. Is that the presentation?
That's the presentation.
And Michael, do you have anything further to add, or are we ready to just go into
No,
questions and
let's
discussion?
go forward, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That was a beautiful presentation. To remind everyone, the order that we're doing this in, questions from council and Post to staff or to the consultants first. Then public input from folks in the room and online. And then it comes back to the council and Post for discussion and then possible resolution.
One question is, do you want Belveron Park now, or is that a separate?
No, how are we going to do that?
I think one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. We were trying to group them, but I think everyone's excited to talk about this now. So let's go ahead. So why don't we start with questions for staff, consultants, or Post? How many, council member Isaac? Go ahead.
I just one to start with. I have many more, but I'll start with the one. So through this process, I've sort of asked questions about this concept of a desire path when traversing or going through the parks. I understand the pedestrian safety issue going between McKegney and the ponds, but I would like everyone to kind of consider that if we close something down, it's going to get used anyway, and the bikes aren't going to stop going the way they go right now, because they've always, as far as anyone who's maybe Mr. Landau remembers a time when the bikes didn't go there, or maybe Andrew Thompson remembers a time when the bikes didn't go there. But for most of us who lived here for 15, plus years, that's just how the path has been. How are we considering, my first question is how are we considering desire path here, where we don't want someone, if we shut something down or discourage bikes going through the current path, how are we going to keep people off of McKegney with their bikes, or cutting through the new lawn, right, with their bikes?
I think those are the bike deterrent options that we showed you. Things change, roads change, bike paths change, and for the safety of the people using the park, it's critical to not have that be a bike path. If you keep that, there undoubtedly will become issues with kids going back and forth from the soccer field to the picnic area to the volleyball to the to the basketball. And so for the safety of the residents, we strongly believe that cannot remain a bike path. How you keep that from happening are those offset fences that people cannot ride their bike. There is a grade change. They would have to go down a slope and through the picnic area if they defied those offset gates, or they would have to go through McKegney Field. If there's another route that is smooth and safe and easily well marked, then we would assume that it may take a little while to learn it, but that people will learn to use the proper trail.
Thank you. I'm also wondering if maybe different types of traffic, different types of cyclists might enjoy maybe a water path, a nice I think you had the route there where it's currently gravel, but if we paved that, someone who was going at maybe a higher speed or wanted to just keep going might use that or the upper path. But we're not necessarily saying we want to get rid of that path. It's just put in deterrence there to make sure that the traffic wasn't just continuing to free flow the way it is now.
Yes, in any case, the gravel path always would stay where it is. The only question would be, do you pave it and encourage the bicyclists to take that route, which is a beautiful route along the waterfront and it's fairly level. You don't have a big hill until you get to the end, and then it's not that big a hill. It's kind of gradual going up to connect to the bike path. If you prefer having a more natural path along the waterfront, then option 1, which continues the upper path, and creates a new path linked to Blackie's pasture, would be the way to go with that.
Thank you very much. That was a very thoughtful and you've answered my question.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you so much for that presentation. The question I have, can you go back to the slide with the bike deterrence slide?
I think it's this one.
Yes. So what are you proposing in this exact proposal? Which one of these things are you proposing?
It depends on the bike path solution. What we're saying is that
for option 1,
for option 1, if the bike path goes along the upper path, we're proposing, see this split rail fence here? We're proposing doing this across the new connecting path, but with the split rail fence so that it feels integrated and it feels part of the design. So we're proposing that at both the upper and lower connectors on the path that leads between the new amenities and the habitat garden.
Okay, so not the steel things.
No. It would be this, in concept, that's what it does. It's like an offset fence, but it would be the split rail material that you have there now.
In the lower left is what I'm
Yes.
looking at.
Yes.
Okay.
Aesthetically, we're going to keep it more natural, but
Yes.
the concept is more.
This is just to show the.
Just didn't have an image of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
ask about that.
Yeah.
And then we would also propose a sign, and we would also propose where the connector to Stewart Drive is. We would study access to Stewart Drive to make sure that there's a safe way to walk down, and that where that connection meets the existing bicycle path, we would have pavement designs that show, just to warn bicyclists that they're approaching something special. And we have other images of that. They just aren't in this presentation right now.
Okay, thank you. And option 1 and 2, did people vote on that?
No, so what we discussed at Post is that we would recommend, regardless of whether or not the pond's renovation plan goes through, that connector is dangerous, especially during high volume soccer days, lacrosse days. There's kids, there's people walking all around, and so
Which connector?
the project site that the dotted purple,
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
right there, yeah.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the piece where we're making it into a pedestrian instead of
Oh,
the.
that's what
bike
you're
restriction.
saying people are going to still want to do.
Right.
Okay.
So what we are recommending is that since that's going to be a pedestrian path, the bikers then will ask, what's our option then? Because we don't want to get off our bike and walk that little part. We want to be
Sure.
on our bike the whole way.
Mhm.
So we asked RHA to look at two viable options. So option A is the top side and option B is the bottom side. The bottom side is already there. It just needs to be paved. Option A, it needs to be regraded to just make it safer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Question?
I'm so excited.
I know, it's very exciting.
So I'm thinking a little bit about the scheduling of projects and the flow of funding. And so my question is, are these projects actually contingent on each other happening, or can they be done in some scaled and scheduled way? Like we have $100,000 this year, we'll pick these, we have.
It's a great question I want to add to it, which is I was going to ask if this was actually more of a comment, but it's a question. If for this and really for every other park option we have, it's very helpful to the council if when the detailed plans are made, if they can be designed in a kind of modular way so that we can do exactly what Councilmember Fredericks is saying. This year, we're going to pay for the basketball and this next year, we're going to pay, that kind of thing.
It
No,
can
modular.
definitely be designed in a modular way, in a phased way. What would have to happen though is you would do your mass grading all at once.
You're what?
The mass grading.
Oh, mass grading.
So you would do all the mass grading and let's say you said, okay, we have enough money for the basketball court now. Let's put that in and just have grass in the other areas. You could, there's so many ways to break it down. You could do it like with just the picnic area and put the courts in later. We don't have a cost estimate that makes it like a menu that you can pluck it out. But I think that as things move forward, we'll get more detailed cost estimates that allow you to do that.
And for the council, please keep in mind, what we're voting on tonight is just getting the more detailed plans that we could then act on. So that's why this sort of modular question comes up. It's just an option to be able to pick things out. I see your stern look, so I can clarify that. Any other questions for staff? Please.
Can I circle back to the bike options for a second? So, what generally did cyclists say? Because I'm assuming that part of the reason you want to regrade in option A is because cyclists said, hey, that's super steep. And if we want a thoroughfare for our bikes, we want it to be a little more navigable in terms of steepness. But obviously in option B, that end that connects back up to the bike path is similarly steep. It might not be quite as steep, but it's pretty close. So it's not?
No, I've not.
Oh, okay.
This piece, right?
Okay. So it's fair to say from the cycling community, including him. I was just.
No,
But that.
I'll say my son fell on that hill. It's very steep.
That it would require regrading of option A, but option B is good enough.
Option B is probably much easier to grade. Like I said, I walk my dog this way and this is not super steep right here. This is very steep.
Yeah.
I went through all the emails that we received and we received maybe only one or two that commented on the bike path. So I can't comment on the bicycling community.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Did you consider, and this is posed also so there are two places on the design, if you can go back to the main design, there's the ball wall and then the volleyball courts where they kind of come near the pedestrian path there. They don't look close to it there, but in your other rendering, it seemed like they were very close to the pedestrian path. Did you consider putting like a berm or a fence or something to keep the balls that terrible volleyball players like me launch from going into the pedestrian paths? And similarly, kids are going to play lacrosse against that ball wall. And if you have, these solid rubber spheres rocketing onto the volleyball courts, it could get dangerous. Are we thinking about some barriers there to segregate The projectiles?
We have done quite a few sand volleyball courts, and for the majority, in fact, I have never had to fence one of them. Dunphy Park in Sausalito, which is right next to the bocce courts, which are very occupied, has no fence. We did that project. The balls, I mean, it would take a lot of force, but yes, the balls can bounce back and forth here. The only reason why some, like, for example, the city of Mill Valley has their sand volleyball fenced, and that's because people going to the dog park walk right by that area. And if you didn't fence that, likewise, the soccer fields, the dogs would just.
But I mean, but I played at Sausalito. I played volleyball there, and like that ball does go past the bocce courts once in a while. And if you just have a simple berm there that was even 3 feet high,
Right.
it would stop all of that, or 90% of it. Just might be convenient and helpful to the volleyball players too, right?
Yes, and just so you, for people who don't read a lot of plans, this is a berm right here that goes, I'm so sorry. This is one level.
Yeah, so it keeps it all in.
Then it goes up 4 or 5 feet. This is another level, and then it goes up 3 or 4 feet to this level. And that's because right now, if the site, it's hard to tell unless you have a really trained eye, but it's not level. The site needs to be regraded to flatten the area for the basketball and the sand volleyball. So when this gets flattened, that soil gets pushed up here, creates this mid-level and up here. And so the people on the pedestrian path, if a ball came from the volleyball court, it would not only just hit this embankment, but it would have to, if it hit some pedestrian, it'd have to go up 5 feet and then hit a pedestrian.
That's great. So that one is closer to the representation of what you're proposing than the drone rendering. Because they were different, right? Like the volleyball courts were closer to the path than the other imagery we saw.
Yeah, it's hard to tell on the flyover, but that was based on the actual AutoCAD base that we used to create this.
I had a question. I just wanted to make sure that all of the things in here are going to be accessible for people with differing abilities.
This is an ADA. This is less than 5%, which doesn't qualify as a ramp. It's a sloped walkway. If a walkway is less than 5%, it meets ADA without doing a ramp with the like double-sided handrails and everything. So this is fully accessible. This is fully accessible to get in here. This is the accessible seating, and this is the accessible walkway to the basketball. Sand volleyball, I've never seen be accessible, but we do have a viewing area if people want to watch.
Thank you so much.
I have a question about the terraced seating. It looks like a small amount on here, but how much will there be? This was something that is, I think a lot of people, I've heard a lot of really positive feedback about the terraced seating. And what will it look? Will it be curved? Will it sort of follow the hillside? What will that look like?
So for those of you who are familiar with this site, which I assume is most of you, there's a pretty steep embankment between this site and the upper bike trail. So what we're doing is creating terrace seating, the full width of the basketball court against that hillside as part of the grading. What you see, these little gaps are the ADA seating, because in a terrace seating, you have to have ADA seating. This is terrace seating that's straight. This is terrace seating that would be curvilinear following the grade of the hillside. Right now we're showing 2 layers of seating, so 2 levels of terrace. We may need to add a little pathway along the base of this from this seating to this to make sure it's fully ADA accessible. We also studied what happens if we want it above, but possibly we could do some here, but it didn't make sense to do it over here.
Okay, other question?
There's quite a bit of it.
I have a question. And I have a feeling I'm just going to get strong responses from people when I ask it. I'm a little nervous, but is there, I wanted to ask about the sand volleyball, what is the reason, or is there a reason why there are two instead of one and they're diagonal instead of parallel?
I can answer one and then I'm going to pass it to Michael for the second half. Sand volleyball ideal orientation is true north-south. And that's how these are located, true
Really?
north-south. So you might think north is this way, but it's
No, yeah, I understand. I had no idea.
yes.
Okay. And
That's why they're oriented that way. We did have that question previously about can we change the orientation, but for the best play, this is the appropriate
to keep
orientation.
the sun out of people's eyes or
Yeah.
something?
Yes.
Is that it?
So in the afternoon,
Yeah, one
you'll
person
be
doesn't have
right,
their-
basically right in your eyes on one side of the court.
Okay, that's really interesting.
And then-
Okay, and then the 2 versus 1?
Yeah, the 2 versus 1. I'll just present the pros and cons, and really we wanted to present both options for town council to consider, and that's why we have plans that show both. So one volleyball court is cheaper to build up front in terms of capex. But if you do 2 volleyball courts, the advantage you get is that you might have more revenues for the town. 2 volleyball courts give scale for clinics and instructors to actually conduct classes and have citizens and people interested to do classes. When it's just one, it doesn't have enough scale for that instructor to come out to make money on an hourly basis, but 2, it does. So a 2 volleyball court situation can be $6,500 to $10,000 per year. 1 volleyball court may make $1,000 or $2,000 a year. So there's a revenue difference between 1 and 2. I did talk to the Parks and Rec directors at Mill Valley, Larkspur, and Sausalito, which all have sand volleyball courts. Mill Valley has 2, Larkspur has 2, and Sausalito has 1. Mill Valley and Larkspur, which both have 2, are very pleased that they have 2. They get a lot of usage, a lot of different age demographics that use it. Having 2 helps with the clinics and the revenues, but also not having conflicts of people who want to reserve the time to play. Sausalito did 1, but he told me as an aside that they kind of wish they had done 2, but they have 1. So it is a higher cost up front, but there are some advantages of having 2. Having 1, the other advantage that I didn't mention is you obviously get a lot more flat grass. And that honestly is something that the community wants as well. So it's not, it's not lost on us that was part of the feedback we got is people wanted more open green space.
Okay, right. I would just reiterate again the point about giving options to the council for what comes back. Okay, other questions, or are we ready for public comment?
Yeah, I have another question. For the 4 park proposals that we're reviewing tonight, is it recommended that we think about it as 4 work streams, or is it recommended that we think about each one individually as multiple work streams? And the reason I ask is that are there cost benefits to doing one entire project and then either concurrently or separately doing another park project? Are there increased costs if we were to say, let's do a basketball court and nothing else, and then we'll put it in a volleyball court, at some later time? Because I think my own, in looking at these plans, they look fully baked, and we should, evaluate them as an entire plan and move forward with them as an entire plan. But after hearing some other questions on the council, I'm just curious about how we should think about this.
I can tell you, if you bid this project, and it's definitely feasible, like I mentioned earlier. However, there is an economy to doing it all at once because mobilization fees for the contractor are, I don't know what, a certain percentage of their contract. Their overhead and profit is another percentage. So there's an advantage to doing it all at once. As well as if you did phase it, you would have to bring in heavy equipment that would disturb the lawn that you just put in, unless you're phasing it for like 15 years down the road, which.
And we can talk about, I think that this is maybe a conversation for a later day, but in the aggregate, all of these plans add up to more than $6 million. So, there are the neighborhood parks, there's this park, and there's different parts to each park. And so one of the jobs for the council to do with Post's help is to figure out, doing it all at once is a pretty tall order. So figuring out the phasing, it's just good to have that option in the plans so we can.
Can I weigh into that too?
Yes,
Like
please.
doing all 4 parks at once versus picking a park and doing that, there's no real savings in that. It is what it is because if they're not touching each other, so it doesn't matter. But phasing elements within a park, there is a efficiency to doing it all at once.
And
And adding to what John said, I think also, the council and staff will look for grant opportunities and outside funding from the
Very much.
state and federal government. So, part of what we're doing here is making these parks, the ones that are existing, we're making them accessible. And there's a lot of budget out there for that we can, grants and things we can go for.
Can I weigh in on one more thing that while I was waiting for our turn on this, I was looking at the Mill Valley Sand Volleyball and they had a capital campaign. They raised quite a bit of money from the community to fund
Oh,
their
interesting. Yeah.
sand volleyball.
Yeah, I think it was like $150,000. And I know that we have some energy in the crowd here of fundraising for a basketball court too. So I think there's
I
demand.
bet we do.
So I can ask one more question?
Please.
So again, back to the bike issue. So did you guys consider on the pedestrian path, just returning it to being gravel so that would really disincentivize bikes?
We didn't, gravel doesn't meet ADA. It would have to be some material that meets ADA. We can change the material so that it doesn't look like you should walk there, but
Make it lava.
or bike there, I mean.
Okay, is that all the questions?
I wanted to expand on Councilmember Thier's question about the funding sources and just I think ask a question. It might be a question for town staff. If we move forward with one of these projects, do we feel comfortable spending those cycles looking for outside funding? I wanted to kind of confirm that that's what we're thinking of, looking for grant money and that sort of thing.
We certainly would, if council chooses to move forward on one or multiple projects, we're always looking for grant funding for multiple projects.
And you guys are very effective at it.
Yeah, we've had great success. And I've shared this, I think, with Mayor Wellner earlier today. We're very picky about the grants we go after because you can spend a lot of time filling out grant applications. When grant applications are either shown to us or sent to us, or we find them ourselves, we do an analysis of the likelihood that the town will score well, because most grants are based on some sort of scoring metric. When we feel that the town is positioned to score well on a grant, we're all in, and we've been very successful in getting grants. Just like the one we talked about a few minutes ago for the battery storage. There are other grant programs that we make the determination it's just not going to be worth the effort because of the scoring metric. The town just won't score well and is very unlikely to get funding. So the short answer is we're always looking and evaluating grants, and we encourage anybody who sees any possible source of funding to send it to us or email it to us, and we'll take a look at it and see what we can do.
Thank you. I guess the maybe the last question I have is what is the if we spend the money, let's just say in 2026 or 2027 for a project, and we've looked at the cost of what it will cost in 2026 or 2027, if we were to phase it out or space it out into 2028, 2029, 2030, those costs are going to go up. I have to assume those costs are going to go up. Do we have any sense of what we are looking at by putting off some of these projects in terms of cost increases over time?
Right now, built into the cost estimate is a cost escalation factor, assuming that from the 2026 pricing that they did, they put in 5.27% of cost escalation, assuming that the project would get built in 2027 or something like that. So yes, 5% a year cost escalation, typical.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. So you've already accounted for cost escalation, but we also have an option of creating a reserve fund every year to end up funding whatever parts of these projects we schedule in any particular year.
Yeah, I mean,
A reserve fund is
But-
an option. Do we have to, is that a council option? Is that part of the budget process? How do we do that?
Well, excuse me, on an annual basis, council considers, as part of the budget process, recommended, by staff, transfers of funding from what we sort of generically call general fund reserves to various special reserve funds. And we have our special reserve fund called ORT and Park Facility. I don't know the exact, I can't remember the exact name, Park Infrastructure and ORT. And you might recall through the budget process this year, through some strong advocacy of the community, council transferred $1.25 million into that fund. And the funding to get to the design,
Yes.
the design stage we're at now came from that fund, as well as other projects in the CIP related to parks, unrelated to this process. So the short answer is yes, the council can always move funding into reserve funds and create new reserve funds if they like.
yeah, I would anticipate, we had a little conversation before this, that depending on what we decide to do tonight, between asking for more detailed plans and the plans coming back, the council would have to spend some significant time figuring out funding on there's a whole variety of different options we would have to look at.
Great.
Other questions? Except for Isaac. All right. So now, public input, please, whoever wants to speak, please introduce your name. Go ahead. Please introduce your name, and each of you has 3 minutes to speak.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nora, again, from Tiburon in the Bel Air section of Tiburon. I think it is a fabulous project. I think it is well thought out. The only question I have is, and I also want to say, I'm all for 2 volleyball courts. I think it makes complete sense. I also think that the lower option of paving the gravel path that a lot of people use, mostly with dogs to get around where the cyclists are, is the best option, I think. And the only question I have is for a grandmother with young kids who love to go like speedos, just very fast on their little scooters or on their tricycles or whatever, would the lower path, assuming it's paved, still be shared then between cyclists and also little kids that want to ride scooters or whatever? Or could they possibly use the upper area close to the grass and the volleyball courts, which is right now the one that they use? They just come around around McKegney, go down that little slope and then down. So would they still be able to use that, or would that little kids be excluded from that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy McLeod. This is a great plan. I mean, a lot has gone into it, all of this stuff about the reason for 2 volleyball courts. I mean, just so much detail. The one thing that hasn't been thought out enough is the bicycle part. And I am not surprised that you haven't heard from the bicyclists, because I don't think they thought that a bike portion would be taken out. I'm not saying there shouldn't be that section shouldn't have bicyclists. It's just to call it pedestrian only and to have a gate of some sort that's an obstacle. A lot of people, I guess ADA is including bicycles, I think. You've got to have your wheels sometimes. I ride a bike because I can't walk. I couldn't walk from my house. I've had an ankle replacement. It's only been 2 years, but I bike. When I get off the bike, I have cleats. I'm balancing on hardware inside my ankle, and it will sprain my ankle if I walk. So, at least there should be bike racks, and then I take my shoes off. I don't know how I would do it, but you've got people that would want to come to these facilities by call. Now you're saying, where are they going to park their car? The parking lot's going to get full. They can't come by bike. Anyway, the other route where the gravel is, that continues on at a lower level. And when I'm on my mountain bike, I take that route every time. My road bike, I would never take the gravel route and then go along the water because for one thing, it's dangerous and it turns to mud. Even the mountain bike is hard to ride along the water, but I choose to go that direction. And I really think you should have the path come along the water and then create a nice, easy way of transitioning back onto the main path. But that should be paved along the water all the way down, not just along the soccer field, because the gravel path then goes up along the soccer field. The dirt little single track along the water should be the bike route for the bikes. So there's so many places where you've got other examples. Manhattan Beach, they've got the pedestrians up here. The cyclists are down on the water. If you go to the Presidio, brand new Presidio, go check it out. For cyclists, it's brand new. They've got signage. This is the slow zone. It's good for
Thank you.
pedestrians and cyclists all the way through there, and cars.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harrison Sapolsky. I am 9 and I am in 3rd grade. Thank you for letting me speak here at Town Council. I'm supporting the basketball court at Blackie's pasture. Today, I would like to talk about the sound test we took. Some people are worried that they will hear a bouncing basketball from their house. We took numerous sound tests and we used 2 different tools that measure the sound. We measured the sound on Virginia Drive and bounced 3 basketballs as hard as we could by the sanitation ponds. The machines were high-tech and they were unable to pick up the sound of the 3 basketballs bouncing over the noisy Tiburon Boulevard traffic. In fact, we had a friend who was against the basketball court because of the noise. She lives on Virginia Drive, and we told her to stand on her porch and listen, but she could not hear the 3 bouncing basketballs over the sound of the traffic on Tiburon Boulevard. And she is now in favor of the court. I love basketball so much because I feel like a hero on the court when I am scoring points for my team, with all the fans cheering me on. My goal that I've had ever since I first saw basketball was to be in the NBA. A basketball court at Blackie's pasture would definitely be the best place to practice. Basketball is not only for kids. In fact, my grandpa is almost 70 and is still playing basketball in a league with adults every week. His cardiologist said that basketball is good for his health as a senior citizen and that he should keep playing. I know I said I would love to have a basketball court for my 8th and 9th birthday parties, but I guess double digits will be the charm. Overall, I'm really hoping for the basketball court as always, and I would really love to have one at this beautiful place, Blackie Pasture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Nicely done. Other comments?
Hi, I'm Hannah Smolsky. I'm 11-year-old and I'm in 5th grade. And I strongly believe that we should have a basketball court at Blackie's pasture. I have heard people say that there are courts at the school and that we don't need it anymore, but I believe differently. Imagine you spend 35 hours a week at work. And now it's finally the weekend and you want to have some fun, play a game. Do you want to go back to your office after work hours where the restrooms are closed? Well, now pretend you hate your work and you want to stay as far away as possible from this place. Would you rather go back or go to a much nicer new place? I think that you would probably choose the nicer new place, right? Now, I don't hate school, but lots of kids do. And now you don't want that to happen to you. I don't want that to happen to me or my friends. Also, please take the opportunity to vote where the kids can't. How would you feel if you had an amazing petition that got over 300 signatures in 1 week and now is almost 600 without you touching it? Had a lemonade stand over the summer when school is out that raised $700 in only 3 days? And have been staying up way later than you're supposed to so that you can be present in the town council meeting. And so much more. And then to find out you have no vote or say in what happens. Whenever I talk to my friends about the court, also they say they get inspired and sometimes come to the meetings or virtually come to the meetings. So I say, let's rise up together and get this thing built already.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claire Hart and I'm 11 years old and a 6th grader at Del Mar, and I strongly support the idea to build a basketball court at Blackie's pasture. I think this is a good idea for many reasons. For instance, you can make new friends, it's more exciting and accessible for teens and adults, and it would be really fun to do while siblings have soccer practice or games at Blackie's. During a basketball game, there are 10 people on the court, and if you're playing, you can connect with them and become their friend. Another reason that we should have a basketball court is because it's more accessible for teens and adults. My friends and I are too old to play at the playground at Blackie's, and we can't play at the soccer field during practices and games. And we don't want to play at our school on the weekends. So if there was a basketball court at Blackie's, it'd be much fun. It would be so much fun to go play there on the weekends. My last reason is that it would be a lot more accessible and fun during sibling soccer. The soccer court there is huge, and a lot of people's siblings play soccer there. If there was this basketball court, I would go to my brother's soccer practice all the time and go play basketball there. All in all, I think the basketball court at Blackie's pasture is a great and fun idea.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think we're gonna have basketball court, it sounds like. My name's Michael Richmond. I live at 562 Virginia Drive. I look directly over this site. I'm very pleased with the design. I'm a little confused about how it's happened. I've spoken before. I don't see this updated plan on the site when I wrote a letter yesterday. Was it there? Can you show me this slide and the slide? with pedestrian.
This is a time for public comment. We can ask them later, but please just
Well,
make it.
I don't know where it is. I really do like some of my original comments a couple of years ago were about we see all kinds of accidents there. So I think the pedestrian path is really nice. And instead of the bars, why not driftwood? Looks really nice. Don't need to break the concrete. Maybe you can just set it there and anchor it really, really nicely. We do overlook the site. I'm kind of in favor of the pavilion that's more of the shape of the park, and I'll say that and lead into something else. We look down on this. In fact, I would look over the volleyball courts. My neighbor, who's invited council and host to come, council to come to our house. I've invited people to come to my house. I think it's a little more aesthetically pleasing from the top, and it makes the shape of the park. But I was talking to Greg and I said, you know, can we get some story poles like they did for the fire station at Corte Madera and the new library at Larkspur? I do not remember seeing a ball wall. I don't know how tall that structure is. It would be really useful to be able to see where these things are going to be. Oh, by the way, I really like the design of this option 2 because the posts are kind of at an angle and it's very interesting. I get, you know, this S thing, and maybe it's reminds you of the railroad or something like that, but all the posts are vertical. It's very cold looking to me. So I think there's a lot of great stuff here. I'm really happy about the options for the bike. Really makes a lot of sense. We stare right at this. I have a very big window that looks at it. But I'd love to see some story poles. Not so sure I'd like to see those fences on the pedestrian only path. I really think driftwood would be cool. I think that's it. Thank you for all your work you've done. Seems like some of my comments came out in the update, which I didn't see until tonight.
Great. Thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you.
There is so much to talk about here, and there's quite a lot that all of us would like to talk about, and I really hope that the council will not take a vote tonight to move ahead with continued drawing, but rather will take a vote tonight to move ahead with continued opportunities for the members of the community to have some input and some say. The whole issue of the bicycle path and what to do about bicycle traffic, that is really actually a completely separate issue than the actual amenities that will get put down into the flat area, supposedly the flat area. We ever discussed about the basketball courts that are already poured hardscape around within 5 minutes of this, right? Just two basketball courts, indoor gym courts, and twice a week of the Strawberry Rick Gym. So we had a chance to sensibly discuss that. We never discussed the one or the two volleyball courts. I support one, but we also discussed the side issue to the volleyball courts and the basketball court of the parking in the parking lot. We just never have brought it up and had a chance to discuss it sensibly. So that would be something that's really important. Landscaping, I don't know how or when we get to talk about landscaping, but really, if you think about it, trees cannot be planted down here. There's no tree that is not going to grow up and block somebody's view. And bushes even can start and look pretty kind of down low, and then all of a sudden the bushes are way up here, pretty far away, and they're all view blockers. So I'm really concerned about that sort of stuff. The other thing is the seating area. I think there's a rationale for somebody that says it's a good place to have picnic lunch while you're watching the soccer field. Well, that area up there in the corner where it's been placed is actually the windiest and the coldest, and it is going to block everybody's view in some capacity, whether you're coming from the north or the south on the bike path. I have no idea what it will do to the I think his idea to put up story poles is a fair idea, and it's a fair idea for people to discuss. So long and short, I just think that there's so much that needs to be discussed a little bit further as we put this plan together, and I hope you will give the citizens a little chance. This time for people to respond to billboards and get themselves gear. It's so hard to do. So thank you for considering that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leslie Zwillinger. I think the plan is lovely. I like everything that you're doing. I love bicyclists. I just have one comment about, and I think you're going to get a ton of comments about the pathways. The only place that walkers can use where they're not worried about being bumped into by bicycles speeding along is that lovely gravel path that goes along the water edge. So I just want to put that out there for you to consider.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda and I'm a Tiburon resident, mom of four. Thank you all for all the work you've done and for hearing me here tonight. And most importantly, for making the important decision to acquire and repurpose these sanitation ponds in the first place. My kids made a petition to get a basketball court at the sanitation ponds site back when it was still a sanitation pond in a sewage pond in the November of 2024. And that petition has 574 signatures at last look. The basketball court appeared on the cover of the Arc in March of 2025 and at least 2 other times since. And there have been over 100 public comments from our community in favor of basketball, almost 50 in favor of parks tonight alone. There has been so much time and opportunity for community involvement and input, and feedback around basketball has been overwhelmingly positive. There's so much enthusiasm around getting this project going. While we always want to be respectful for our neighbors, these parks are public spaces and not private property, and they are meant to benefit and provide enjoyment for the entire community. The design recommendations made by Post took those neighbors in Reed Highlands and Tiburon Knolls into account so much when ideas went like pickleball, a skate park, community center, a pool were struck down. The town council and Post committee has done an incredible job being thoughtful and balanced in their approach to this crown jewel location. When neighbors talk about views, they must be reminded that this was a sewage pond with a barbed wire fence around it. Kids today are not facing the same environment that they were decades ago here in Tiburon. 70% of food in grocery stores is processed and ultra processed. The perils of children being inside on devices rather than outside being active and social in person are extremely well documented. Kids need special places to recreate. Are there basketball courts at Bel Air and Del Mar? Yes. Do kids want to spend their free time there? No. Just as adults don't want to spend weekends at the office, kids don't want to spend social time at their school buildings. Even if they did, restrooms are inaccessible at schools, making it impossible for families to spend time there. Schools are completely closed to the public 185 days of the year during the school day and after it when extracurriculars are taking place. Belvedere Park basketball court has seniors doing Zumba and yoga and toddlers using scooters and attending music classes during the school day, as well as adults playing basketball. None of the school courts have this opportunity. And regarding the recent feedback and important feedback on the bike path, yes, bike safety is absolutely essential, but it is also a separate issue that can and should be addressed alongside site development, not as a reason to halt progress. Approving this plan today does not initiate immediate construction. I think RHAA said it would be like, years before there would be anything. So, this just authorizes the next practical step forward. It's a truly multi-generational, beautiful amenity. And thank you all so much for everything.
Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor, Post, Commission. My name is Nicole Voss. I've been a resident of Tiburon for about 4 years now. And so I've been going to these meetings, both Town Council and Post, for over 2.5 years. And so I urge you strongly today to move forward with the conceptual designs. I think we've already allocated a large portion of our budget, $753,000 of this earmarked 1.25 million in conceptualizing and designing these plans. So I think it's time that we use some of that budget and move it to the next step. But I do want to highlight the best news is seeing both Post and Town Council in the same room with the consultant as well, RHAA, because I've been in a number of meetings where we weren't sure about what one council member was thinking and how it relayed. And I already hear you talking about the basketball court, the 2 volleyball courts, seeing how we're making this really a true path forward. And I appreciate that and urge you to vote for it today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jenna. I'm a Tiburon resident. This is a really exciting night. First, I want to begin with gratitude. I want to thank the council members for your leadership, and thank you also to Post, to the architects, to the town staff, and all those who have helped bring us to this milestone moment. I've attended countless town meetings in the past 2.5 years, And honestly, tonight is the most exciting yet. I feel like we're finally on the cusp of making some real meaningful improvements to our parks. In my view, the concept designs being presented tonight reflect the extensive community output that has been gathered over the past few years. Residents are ready for park spaces that are more useful, more welcoming, and more fun, and spaces that truly reflect Tiburon's multi-generational community. In regards to the sanitation pond site, honestly, what is not to love? For decades, this site held 4 stagnant sewage ponds. Now it has the potential to become a beautiful place where people can gather, they can exercise, they can play, they can relax, a place for people of all ages, a place that supports people's mental health and their physical health and strengthens the fabric of our community. I applaud the town for acquiring this site and really recognizing its potential. I urge you to approve these concept designs and move decisively to the next phase. Our town is ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Alice Lonoff. I'm a Tiburon resident, and I want to thank you for your work. I support you going forward. I'm a grandparent and have fun with my grandchildren. I like the idea of coming there and having a place to sit while I watch them play. I like that very much. I'm in favor of the basketball courts. I thought those 2 kids made a great presentation. I do not want the path along the water paved. I walk both the upper level and the lower level regularly. And the upper level, the bicyclists consistently speed by me, make me feel unsafe. They ignore the speed limits consistently. Walking along the path, the gravel path, I don't remember ever seeing a bicycle, but it slows them down if they are there. And so please don't pave it. It would really make me sad. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Powers. I'm a Tiburon resident. I live up on Turtle Rock Court. I have 3 young children that I bike around and take to parks. And I apologize to the nice woman there. I'm going to disagree. I kind of looked at this plan and understood that that bike path was going to be taken away. And I do understand that there is a larger issue with bikers going fast down that road and then coming around the corner. I think that is a separate issue that needs to be addressed by the town. And I think that possibly paving along the bottom part is going to be your best option, because I think if you try to change the grade at the end of the trestle, it's going to be harder than you think and not as good of a trail as you think. And as far as Vice Mayor Nickvar pointed out, you were worried about people not changing. They're just going to do the same old thing. Well, if you stop a river, you need another course for it to go. So if you put enough signs up and you do enough messaging, especially if you put big signs up on the trail where you would be making a left to go around the corner or other way, it becomes very obvious that you're changing the course of things. So if you do make that drastic change, maybe that would be a good idea to deal with getting that faster traffic and bikes to go somewhere else. And then, as the nice woman before mentioned, you could maybe use that top part as a place where kids can ride scooters or something else that would be safer for them. I also think the idea of the basketball court is fantastic, especially the ball wall. That's fantastic, whoever added that. I'm a lacrosse coach, so I would love a place that their kids can just throw against a wall. There are no places like that. The best place I point my kids to is the back of the CVS wall. But I think that a basketball court has lots of other uses. You can have kids playing roller hockey on there. You can have kids learning to ride a bike on there. So I don't know why you actually couldn't put a double basketball court and only have one volleyball court. I'm just saying, if anything, I would actually go to 2, because then there are any number of times as a coach where McKegney gets closed because it's too wet and the kids get sent to courts wherever. So it would be nice if you could just send them down to the courts where they are already going to be practicing. Anyway, I thank you guys all for all of your hard work. And yeah, let's get basketball courts there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a Tiburon resident and I have 3 young kids, and I'll try to be brief. The basketball and outdoor lounge design will serve as an important new multi-generational community gathering space. I am very supportive and I applaud Post and the town council for your vision and leadership. Thank you so much. I support having the 2 volleyball courts. My only potential caution would be how to keep the wild animals from making the sand of the sand volleyball court unhygienic. So I do hope that the town commits to budgeting for ongoing maintenance of these new amenities. And then in terms of the bike path, I used to bike that area a lot with a cargo bike with my young kids, and I do agree with the gentleman who spoke just before me that the option B, which is paving that path, is kind of the logical and I think safest route to take. And my only caution with that would be that there needs to be a safe way for the bikes to then re-enter onto the old rail trail without running over the people who are going in that direction. So like a roundabout or something like that, I think should be considered as part of the design, or another of those double post thingies. So I think this is a great plan, and just a couple details that I think we need to consider. I think it will be really easy to fundraise for this project. It's so popular, if that is the direction that we end up going. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Thompson. Well, it seems like you have biggest choice here, struggle is probably going to be option A or B on which way the bikes go. And I can see how torn I am because I am an avid biker, avid walker. I love the fact, as you said, I love the fact that the shoreline is not paved and you don't have the bikes there. Well, the mountain bikes are there actually. Who likes pavement if you don't have to have pavement? But here's another thing that I don't think you're thinking about. The portion of the bike path here to the right along McKegney Green in this area is going to get very congested. When there's soccer games, there's all people there. When you're going your bike, you just basically almost have to stop and walk it sometimes. It gets so crowded with people just standing in the middle of the bike path. Well, there's going to be a tunnel there, so it's even going to get more congested. Trying to be funny, guys. But it's going to be, with this increased activity, you're going to be having, whether there's a tunnel or not, there's going to be a lot more traffic there. So actually bringing the bikes around is, I think, the smarter move. Can you just figure out a design where you can have that separation so that people, the hike walkers and the bikers, are not on top of each other? And I think that's probably capable to be done. So with my 1 minute and 30 seconds, if you don't want the presentation, could you at least have parametrics meet with us so we can give them all the knowledge we have? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Evan Siegel. I want to thank everyone for all your hard work and everything you've done. I want to try to put all this in some perspective for everyone, in the sense of we have a time now where there's a lot of kind of fear, a lot of upset and angst about what's going on in our country and our world, and about what is government doing? Is government working for us, or, in some cases against us? I think we're at a pivotal point in terms of this council, that you actually have an opportunity to give hope to this community by, voting to move forward with this and not piecing things out a little bit here, a little bit there, but saying to the families and the community and all the people that have engaged, we want this. We're going to show leadership as a council. We're not going to wait and live back in the old century. We're going to move forward and give people, and particularly young people, hope. It's a scary time. There's a war going on. We don't understand why. You have that opportunity right now to give hope. In terms of the fundraising, what's interesting is if you want the community to get behind this, to fundraise, you need to demonstrate that you're committed to the project. And, again, piecemealing things, reserve here, doing a little bit. Let's just buy into it and we will find the money. If you look at some of, what people pay in taxes, and I understand it's not all going to the town, but, people are saying, I live in this community and, there's an expectation around the amenities. And I see the neighboring communities have a great level of amenities and they're continuing to expand on that. So I just want to thank you all. I know particularly the Post Commission, you guys have done an incredible job trying to, respond to the many, many needs. And and I think as Chuck said last week, we're not going to make everyone happy. There's always going to be people who are going to have different opinions. But what they've tried to do is get the majority opinions and try to put that together into a workable plan. And I'm sorry, not everyone's going to be happy, but we need to move forward for the families, for the kids. And like I said, I think you have a unique opportunity right now to show the community leadership and provide hope for the young people, for the families, and for senior citizens like myself that, there's a bright future in this community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's so nice to see you all. I'm Emily. I'm a Tiburon 8-year resident. So this is a lovely plan. I thank you all so much for the work that has gone into it. I thank you for the work that's gone into it. It's been tremendous. And Council, I urge you, I beg you to keep this moving forward. It's been years of info gathering, community meetings, surveys, consultant fees. We know this is a good idea. And surely there are details and tweaks. Certainly the queries you raised tonight are thoughtful ones. And these issues can and should be addressed alongside site progress. At some point, we have to just say, go forth. You are our elected officials. We have elected you to represent our democracy because we believe in your ability to be wise stewards for our town. So for me, go forth, represent me, do it. Let's make it happen. Use your good judgment and make these parks to fruition.
Thank you.
Hello, Miguel Mendoza, resident, Bel Air neighborhood. I'll keep it short. I think we should move forward. Ditto to what was said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Emily. I'm a Belvedere resident. Won't keep it as short, but almost as short. Please move forward. The second kindest thing you could do is give us a timeline for when you will move forward. And then all in, I just did the math. My husband travels each week. So the amount of meetings that I've come to, I have to have my nanny stay late. So I've paid almost $1,000 so far to represent my perspective. I'd much rather have donated that $1,000 to the park. And I have more money than just that. So please, no joking aside, you are elected officials, as the other Emily said. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that may be everyone in the room. I didn't mean everyone. I mean everyone who wanted to speak. Do we have anyone online? Yeah.
We will start with Rob.
Hi, my name is Rob Paul, and I've lived in Tiburon for over 10 years. I mean, first, I wanted to recognize the great work that the Post Commission has done and applaud RHAA's design for this site, especially some of the new additions since the last meeting. As I believe Town Council and the Post Commission knows, my 8th grade daughter, Lily, and I have collected over 235 signatures locally for building the sand volleyball courts here in town. And there's a huge amount of demand from both kids and adults. Also, the recent RHAA survey showed basketball and sand volleyball are the most popular sports amenities, and at least by my count, in the top 4 amenities of all the choices in the survey sent to town residents. I also read through the 49 comments submitted for today's meeting at Town Council, and it appears about 80% of those submissions seem supportive of the sand volleyball. So in case it's not clear. I think that there's a tremendous amount of demand for this. And, I'm cheerleading for a town council in the town to build 2 beach volleyball courts. I know there was an argument earlier for potentially having one to free up some open space and open green space. And it appears to me, at least, that there's a tremendous amount of green space already in multiple locations on the terraces that are being proposed at Blackie's, on the sides of McKegney, on the South Knoll. And I also wanted to compliment Michael Moon for the great research that he did on the different towns around the area, and not only some of the regrets maybe that Sausalito had in only building one, but the fact that this could bring in some meaningful revenue for Tiburon that could cause these courts to pay for themselves in terms of maintenance, and probably over the long haul ultimately end up being profitable. But I think at the end of the day, like, the most important thing that I'd love town council to take away is that there really is a growing interest from both young girls and boys and adults for this sport of beach volleyball, and having 2 courts can really help bring more of our community together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth. I'm a Tiburon resident. I've been a resident for, gosh, now it's been over 8 years. But I've been a visitor of Tiburon for over 15 years. I fell in love with the beauty and everything about it, and I'm proud to be here. But a couple of years into being a homeowner here, I was just surprised that my property taxes weren't going towards family and multi-general recreation, especially seeing the other Southern Marin towns make improvements monthly. We've really been behind, and Tiburon's usually ahead. And so, I think Evan Siegel earlier spoke to this, but this really is a great opportunity to seize the moment. And for town council, I would urge you to reference the statistics. This has been over 2.5 years. It's been thorough and thorough and thorough and some more. And this is what the town wants, or at least the bulk majority wants. And I applaud everyone who's been a part of this and participated, because these final designs really show something that takes into account all the things that the town did want and things that they didn't want were removed. I'm supportive of the basketball. It also would be great for multi-purpose, for yoga, for learning to ride a bike. Also the sand volleyball. I'm excited as my girls get older, they could explore that, and maybe, God forbid, I can get out of the house and do a workout. That would be fun with some friends. I also really love the shaded seating. It gets really hot. Like, it is as hot as Texas right now here. And the shade's really important for caregivers. I was a stay-at-home mom for 5.5 years. And when you're hitting the park hard, like, everyone needs a break. And I really admire that the design is also inclusive and ADA. So I would just love to have more places to let my children go and hang out with their friends and bring the community together. And the last thing that I'll speak to is on the bike and walking path. This is something I'm really passionate about, but I think it needs to be separate and move forward in parallel. And I think you should also seize the opportunity of this great recommendation from RHAA. I do think that separating the slow traffic from the heavy traffic is a really smart move. I think one thing across the town people unanimously can agree on is that it's really stressful if you're a walker or with a beginner biker to have people blowing past you. And those bikers, maybe some of them care, but a lot of them don't. So if we could just separate the traffic or create some rules, I think we should take it. And you could think of it as a V1 and then iterate on a version 2 later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is KH Stern.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Please.
right. Hi, good evening. I'm Kim Stern Liddell. I'm a resident going on 13 years. I have an 8.5-year-old son. I'm very excited about this park. I think it's really starting to look wonderful. I was happy to see the addition of the handball wall and the red chairs. As I commented at the February 23rd meeting, I think it was. I would still like to see a little more variety at the park for types of play and age ranges. And I do think there's room for this. I submitted a comment letter today, a little late, wherein I marked up drawings showing that perhaps RHA could look at modifying the slope to the upper lawn area that's dedicated for active play, making those contours a little tighter so that the area at the top part of that active lawn area could be bigger and then a little smaller at the bottom so that there would be room for some additional small features down below the volleyball courts. These small features could be as simple as a vault bar for kids to swing on. They have one at Reed, and adults can stretch before they start their volleyball or basketball games. Kids can stretch. It could have a spinning element. It could be as much as a tetherball area, but I do think there's room. I also commented in my letter that there's I think it would be good to add some more picnic tables, maybe a picnic table by the court so people can put their stuff down and also eat lunch, like while playing games. I think at area 2, it'd be more useful to have an ADA accessible picnic table there instead of a rustic bench. I think that would give families who have kids playing basketball, but also have children maybe in a wheelchair or that are less mobile, could be at a picnic table right there eating instead of having to go all the way across the park to the picnic tables in the upper shaded area. So those are my specific suggestions, and I put those in a letter with marked drawings and photos. Turning to the bike paths, I'm also opposed to the paving of the graveled area. Like HRA said, it's really beautiful along that part of the path right next to the waterfront, and I like to walk there because it is more tranquil and I do take in the views. And from what I see of cyclists, they're just looking straight ahead and biking as fast as possible to move through this area. And so I think that the beautiful views down there would be lost on the cyclists. But maybe there's a way that you could have both. I heard somebody else comment about that. Maybe you can have gravel for the walkers and paved for the bikers. That would also be, I think, useful. And I can't stick around, but I do back up to the Belveron Park. My house backs right up to that. And I just wanted to compliment the design. It looks great. I'm totally for it. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Natalie.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for this conversation and for all the work that you've put towards this. I was born and raised in Tiburon, and I was surprised to return here as an adult and a parent to see that the parks have largely remained untouched over time. And I'm just so thrilled to see these upgrades. And I think the plan, I mean, across the board for all of these parks, but with respect to the sanitation ponds in particular, is just they're truly stunning. In particular, I want to say that I love the handball wall. There's so few of those in this town. And also the volleyball and basketball courts. Sports on the whole have gotten so competitive for children, and it's great to have an area that promotes recreational sports where kids can simply enjoy athletics because they're fun and because they're good for you. I also want to say that I think the natural elements are especially great. When I look at the trends in San Francisco and other areas towards natural parks, it's just so welcome. I think it invites unstructured play for children. And of course, it's aesthetically great too. I loved the comment earlier about, I'm pretty sure a view of anything would be better than the sanitation pond. So while I understand the request for story poles, I really just don't see that being necessary here, given that overall the plans are really beautiful, and it seemingly the only height consideration is the wall ball or the handball wall. I would just say overall, I echo what some folks said, that I hope that we don't, in striving for the perfect, overlook that these are just really excellent plans. And I think the sooner that we can get started on them, the sooner we all benefit from them, not just our children, but us too. So thank you again. And I hope this moves forward tonight.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council and to post. So I think we probably have a lot of things we'd like to say. And so everyone will have a chance to do that. But I want to urge you also to note that we have 3 more parks to go. So brevity is appreciated. I'm not sure if I speak for everyone, but I think I do when I say that these are really well thought out, beautiful plans. And thank you again to everyone, staff, consultants, and post for presenting them to us. Why don't we go ahead and make our comments? Go ahead.
The only comments sure, I'll raise my hand. The only comment I have is on the bicycle planning and those pieces is that in concurrent with that is actually there's a subcommittee for safety for pedestrian and bicycle safety on the old rail trail and also onto Greenwood. We've extended it to Greenwood Beach Road and Greenwood Cove Road in coordination with the county to improve that safety corridor. And I think that and part of it is expanding it, slowing down the riders, all kinds of different pieces. So I think maybe taking that as a separate task, I think is a great idea. I think closing off the path, the S-curve there is what we should do. And then in parallel, the subcommittee will put forward suggestions specifically for this area and others so that it addresses both of them so that we don't lose speed and urgency to get these things.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Sure,
for
sure.
that. And if things go as I expect they will, in terms of timing, we want to get those recommendations in when they're still actionable by consultants designing
Yes,
things.
and so actually this was brought together and actually my other subcommittee member, Mike Grafari, who's no longer on post. He and I have already met with the bicycle community on these pieces. So these pieces we're moving forward on this stuff.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just add on that bike, because it did come up multiple times, the bottom path, there is a solution that is possible if we have at least 18 feet to separate the bike traffic and the pedestrian path traffic. And so people who are worried that, if we pave the bottom part, that we'll be worried about bikers. I think there is a possible plan where we can separate the bike traffic and the pedestrian traffic. So that's a consideration.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just have to say it. I am so incredibly excited by this proposal tonight. And I think it was, Greg, was it 10 years ago that I started talking about acquiring the ponds? Greg thought I was nuts, but as usual, he put up with me. And I just am so excited because what I envisioned, and when the council unanimously voted to acquire the site, we said at minimum it will be open space, but we want it to be a place where the community could enjoy it. And this process, Chuck, Mike, Tim, who am I leaving out? Probably Micah Ferry, and who else? Liz Judge. What you took from our consultants' work, you went out and did all this incredible research and all this incredible community outreach. And I really want to thank you for this proposal, but also for going out and really engaging the community. And I know you set up 10 subcommittees or something. And the poor people had to go to every single meeting and hire a lot of babysitters. There's a lot of babysitters that have a lot of work right now. But I just want to thank you because this was a lot of work that you guys did.
Yeah.
And you really helped the town council and you helped the community. And you also helped, our consulting team. I'm very excited that these old sewage treatment plants, the ponds, the old ponds, right, in a sewage treatment plant with barbed wire is now going to be a place where there's all kinds of activities. There's passive activity, there's active activity. It's also accessible.
I'm just overwhelmed by this proposal and I'm very excited and I'm gonna go buy a basketball. And I don't know how good I am at sand volleyball, so I probably will never get on that court, but I'm gonna try. And again, I just want to thank everybody who got this to this point. I'm 100,000% supportive. And I just want to thank you guys and our staff, of course.
Yeah, thanks. No, I echo what Councilmember Thier said. I mean, thank you to Post first and foremost. I really appreciate it. And I think we're selling Mike Moon short because he talked to me early on in this process. And I know that the consultant and Post have worked together to put a lot of detail in, but Mike honestly had the vision of these aesthetics very, very early on, he and his partner on that subcommittee. And it's incredible. I mean, he didn't have the details of each amenity, and they've come to fruition really nicely, but he was way ahead of the curve. If you need any landscape work done or anything, he's got a talent. This is gorgeous. I'm super excited to go forward with it. And once we talk about all 4 parks, I think I'll have more to say about money, because that's important. But I will leave that to later, but I'm super excited to support this.
You are the money man. I left something out. Can I just add it in? I also really want to take a moment to thank Parents for Public Parks. You guys really stepped up and you came together and brought a vision that I didn't even know we had. And without the gentle and sometimes not so gentle pushing, you're really moving this process forward. And this is what community engagement looks like. This is what people get involved in to try to make their communities better. And I want to just tell the children here, I want to also tell them that what you're doing, standing up and speaking up. And, I took some photos and some video, which I'm not supposed to do, but I had to, because seeing that participation gives me hope. People talked earlier about how, times are really tough right now, but that gives me hope that there's a future and that our community will always participate, and we're teaching our young children how to participate at a very early age. So I want to commend all of you. Thank you for your work, your time, and your attention, and paying all that money to babysitters.
Thank you.
So I have a couple more questions. What is the size of the basketball court? And the reason I ask is that there is a tendency in Tiburon and Marin to do 75% of what people actually want. And so my concern is we're going to put a micro basketball court in instead of a standard 84-foot junior high school regulation size court with 19-foot, 9-inch 3-point line, 15-foot free throw line. Okay.
This is a regulation size court. It's not NBA, but it's high school.
Yeah, high school, and NBA is 94, high school is 84. There are multiple examples in town and outside of town. The 3 pools at the 3 high schools in Southern Marin are too small on purpose. The Del Mar track is too small on purpose. So I want to make sure that we're putting up a proper sized basketball court and not something that is created to keep people from coming to it.
Hey, could I just, as a point of clarification, is it a junior high? I thought it was a junior high dimension, unless that was changed.
Unfortunately, Etienne left and I don't know the exact dimensions, but it is, I believe, high school.
Yeah, 84 by 50 is high school / junior high regulation size. Second sort of question comment is around the trees. I'm really happy that we are planning for trees. We, in a lot of ways, that area, when it's not springtime after heavy rain, can resemble a desert. Does not have a lot of shade. It can get hot. The heat sneaks up on you when you're down there. So it's great that we're starting to look at options for trees. There is for anyone who's been here for a long time or a short time, that redwood tree at South of Knoll Park, it is phenomenal. I know kids aren't supposed to climb on it, but they do. It's great. So it would be great to see us look at options for climbing trees. as well as shade trees. I feel strongly that we can navigate view issues if they become problems. And if a tree gets too tall, it's easily remedied. You can replace it if we need to. So I would like us to consider that. I think also, for even for people who haven't been in Tiburon for a very, very long time, McKegney Green, before it was restored in 2018, was a rundown disaster. And the way that it looks right now does not resemble it at all. The way it looked even 9 years ago. It was no one rented it. You couldn't rent it. You couldn't play sports there. You could barely walk on it without twisting your ankle. So I think that's a great example of the town investing in a park infrastructure, and it was expensive. We spent I think over $1.5 million restoring that field. And that was that was back then. So I can only imagine what it would cost in today's dollars. And it's an important thing that we can do to restore community space, and also, I think more importantly, just have a massive impact on park utilization. I think that was something that I learned as a post commissioner before I joined town council, was that we just have all these parks that aren't utilized. And so a big effort here is to just make them usable. And if we restore the parks, people will come and use them, and we'll have more traffic problems and congestion problems with pedestrians, which is a good thing. I love to solve that problem all over our park system. And then I would like to, I think, shout out, I think, the work that the post commission, Chuck and Tim and Mike, who are here, as well as Liz and Mike, I've said this before, they are the hardest working commission in Marin. Like, it's not close. We lucked out with this group. They spend so much time, and they are so thoughtful, and they are the perfect combination of inclusion and execution. They're incredibly thoughtful. They brought everybody into the process, and really want to, I think, applaud them for the work there. I'd also like to say a word of appreciation from town staff. I think we're also lucky with the town staff that we have. They're incredibly knowledgeable. They're very skilled, and they've leaned in to bring that expertise to this process. And for the folks in town, I would say, we heard you, we hear you. This is important to us. We are taking action as fast as we possibly can. We're all volunteers here. And so we're putting as much time and effort and energy into making this happen as fast as possible. I'm pretty excited about hopefully moving forward with these things today.
Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank the mayor and town council, of course, for inviting us for this joint session. We've had a couple since I've been on post, but this by far is the most exciting. This is what it's all about. When I first got to town and I walked, down on Old Rail Trail, looking at those ponds, having early conversations, I'll give, credit to Councilmember Thier, saying that it was an opportunity to potentially purchase those down the line. Envisioning what those could be was part of the reason why I certainly wanted to join Post almost 5 years ago. Love seeing and give props to the Sapolsky children, who I believe led the efforts on the basketball court petition, because that's, on the other token, what it's all about. Early engagement, teaching the children that they can get engaged, make a difference, attend hearings. So thank you, as we said so many times over the course of the last few years, to the parents in the organization that has come together to really help push this effort forward. It's a beautiful design. Really excited about the basketball courts, and thank you to RHAA for adding in the wall. It kind of started also, I didn't hear it mentioned, but just from the aesthetics, kind of blocking the view and taking that opportunity into the storage yard seemed like a good use of space for that. Really, I'm excited about the basketball courts and would agree, just optionality on the size, making sure we're fully maximizing that is exciting, as well as the tiered seating, movable lawn chairs, new patio seating. basically all these cool things we've been seeing across the bridge in San Francisco, bringing it to our jewel of a park I'm really excited about. I did just want to bring up quickly at our last post meeting, it was kind of the first time we saw the bike traffic conversation come into this. And I totally agree, it's a separate conversation, but seeing the potential for bike traffic moving solely to that upper version of the old rail trail closest to where Tiburon Boulevard is, and creating a really long straightaway where bikers are already going way too fast, it would be a huge mistake. And we have to have serious side-by-side conversations as this moves forward, because it is going to be a major component of how we utilize the space. All that said, I mean, I don't want to look at that being empty space anymore. I want to take advantage of this design and continue to move this forward. So this is what it's all about. So thank you to everybody who's been engaging so far, and thank you to council for the opportunity to have us come here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Councilmember, yeah.
So just to put it in perspective, even though it had been talked about and thought about before by post, this process, at least in the notes that I have, started in 2024 with the appointment of subcommittees. And I only bring that up to show you how long and how much thought goes into this. And if you think that was the end, well, I watched the end. It was the February 23rd post meeting, which was a marathon. And it was absolutely a rational, productive conversation at every level, even looking at the things that are not going to be solved right now and we have to put off in order to go forward, like what is the final resolution of the bike path. And I hope we don't get hung up on that tonight. I don't think we will. On the other hand, rolling back just for one more sentence or two, the acquisition of the ponds were on the list for over a decade, and it took Holly to energize that vision and just snap up the opportunity when it came. I think we owe her some thanks for that. And then this is just something you're going to indulge me because I've been around for 30 years, but there was a basketball court in Blackie's at one time. I don't know exactly where it was. And it was a huge benefit to our downtown. The people who played were often the 20, 30, 40 years old, and then they'd walk downtown and have dinner or have a social event at coffee, bar, whatever. And I think this has the opportunity as an amenity to provide the same benefit to our downtown community too. Thank you all for your participation. I too, and I never say this, but I really am excited about this.
Good. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, well said, Alice. Look, Tiburon is the crown jewel of Marin, and I just think we should build the amenities to match it. Let's move forward.
I'm going to match your brevity and say, I support moving forward. So, I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt, go forward with the detailed version of this. My only comment about it, in addition to moving, is to say I really would like to emphasize this kind of modular idea that we talked about would be very useful in terms of going forward. Is there a
Second.
Second, fantastic. Roll call, please.
Councilmember. Councilmember Fred.
Yeah, with both, it's a plan. We're developing a plan. Yeah.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
Yes. So decisions will be made later. Oh, and it's only 10:05.
Quick point of order, Mr. Mayor, is post voting tonight or is only council voting tonight?
I think only council is voting tonight.
Got it.
But we are voting based on the wisdom and
Appreciate that.
presentation of
Yes,
post.
appreciate that.
I think we should let them.
No, it's fine.
They voted.
Just kidding. Oh, Ben. It's just.
So, I think I am going to suggest, because we have a lot more, why don't we take 5 minutes for just
Can
a-
I ask a question? Based on how the first one went with the the ponds, could we maybe do a heat check and just see if we want to move forward with the other three? Because they're not separate agenda items. It's all one big agenda item, and we've already taken public comment. So I just wanted to check with the council. I wanted to do a heat check and see if maybe we could maybe make a motion to move forward with the other three. And then
one by one.
Oh, I don't think there's, I mean, speaking for myself, I don't think there's any way I would vote until I heard the presentations.
Okay.
I also think the mayor made it clear at the beginning that we're going to have public comment on each item unless you want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. So, yeah, 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
This one's really short. Other friends saw that and I'm like, no, we removed that. We were asked by the city.
Okay, can we, Commissioner, oh, I did. I lost my fluff.
Okay, everybody, we're starting.
Would Chuck Hornbrook please report to the front of the dais? Thank you very much. No problem at all. All right, so why don't we have a seat? We'll get started. I think we'll try and, if we can, now that we've done the big one, we'll try and up the cadence a little bit, but we'll see how that works. Okay, so the next park we're going to discuss is Belveron. Host, who's the presenter? Is it?
I will kick this one off.
Yeah,
Hopefully
okay.
you can hear me all just super quickly. Belveron, a wonderful neighborhood park tucked in the north side of Tiburon Boulevard. We started looking at this park on post. Actually, I'll give Councilmember Nick Var some credit way back kind of during COVID. We were a lot of kids were doing bike jumps in there, and we decided to take a deeper look, saw massive opportunities there. And as the kind of parks master plan came together, we did, to Councilmember Frederick's point, create a number of subcommittees, including the mini park subcommittee led by Commissioner Hornbrook, then Chair Hornbrook. Started just a ton of outreach. It was more like 2022, 2023, where we started going out there, talking to neighbors, but really began in earnest when the subcommittee started in 2024, including surveys, tours, neighborhood outreach, everything as such. I want to thank RHAA for the design on Belveron Park. We're going to send it to you. You can give the insights as to what we were going for as we were trying to preserve the nature of this park, but also enhance the amenities and make sure we're not inviting too much additional traffic over to Belveron. So I'll send it to you.
Thank you again. Thank you again, and this will be fast. Belveron Mini Park, for those of you who don't know where it is, and I think that's probably most of you do know where it is, it's right at the bend in Tiburon Boulevard. It's a linear park in between two groups of housing. And there's a crosswalk right here that extends from Blackie's pasture. You can cross over. It's kind of scary, but you can cross over. And then the entrance to the park is somewhat hidden. And so you have to cross over, walk down a little path, and that's where you enter the park. This is an aerial photo. Sorry, it's kind of faded back, but you can see the park boundary is here. This is where the crosswalk is. This is the park right up to this point. And at that point, it connects to some private property. And then this is the open space. Our idea for Belveron Park was really to keep it a very passive park that's focused on nature, habitat, and just some smaller neighborhood scale recreational facilities. So we looked at a small area for children, removing the non-native plants and restoring native vegetation, addressing the stormwater that comes through the park, and potentially adding some interpretation. So this diagram illustrates the overall concept. We've divided the park into different rooms.
Yeah, I'm just going to stop for a second. Since this park is close to my house, I'm going to recuse myself and step out and pass the mic to my trusty vice mayor.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Remember, brevity.
So we've divided the park into different sections. There is what we're calling the living buffer. That's the entrance to the park from Tiburon Boulevard. The green, the grove, which is where there are a lot of existing trees. The corridor, which is a path that winds through the existing trees, which thin out a little bit at that point. The meadow, which is a big high level open space. The chaparral, which connects then to kind of dense planting that really, right now, you'd have to crawl through trees to get to the end of the park. So this is the updated plan. Some of the feedback that we got was to increase the size of the lawn from what we had it previously. We've almost doubled the length of the lawn, so it's about 100 feet by 40 feet, plenty of space to throw a ball, play catch, bring your kids out. There's a very small nature play area down in this zone. We've removed the existing mound that is there, and we just have some low-key nature play. We have some bike parking in this area and the widened pathway. This pathway, as I mentioned at the last presentation, has a hammerhead right here. This is where maintenance vehicles come in, they do a hammerhead that turns around and they go back out again. And where that hammerhead is, we have a small seating area with some picnic tables. After there's a stormwater channel that comes through here, we have a small crossing of the stormwater channel. And then after that, the trail becomes a trail as opposed to a paved path. The project was extremely well received in our survey. There was a high level of support for all the features except maybe interpretive signage. And that 80% of the survey respondents said they would visit the park if these features happened. So we did a initial cost estimate. Again, the actual cost of the park itself is about 1.1 if the entire park was constructed up to the higher level. The majority of the cost is in landscaping, habitat restoration, and demolition site prep. So I anticipate the question about the phasing, and we don't have a breakdown. You can't just divide it in thirds, but there are definitely possibilities on this park as well to implement just this lower area up to probably the stormwater crossing and then defer implementation of the upper area. Our whole goal on this particular project was to keep as much of the native vegetation as we can. Our theme for the park was around birds. So we divided the area and the habitat restoration into different birds, songbirds in the middle, hummingbirds down below, raptors up above, and all of that requires just minimal physical improvements, but a lot of habitat. So that's the presentation. I'm ready for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we go to, correct me if I'm wrong here, Ben, questions by the council, public comment, then discussion. Okay. Does the council council or post have questions?
If I may, pardon me. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to do in post was go through their costs piece. And I wanted to be somewhat, just ask a few like cost driver questions on this one, because I think that as a post, we were somewhat surprised at the size of the budget. And so if in a way to talk about, I mean, it looks like the landscape and irrigation is the biggest component, but if you could help us just understand that and just and provide us just a sense for if we wanted to reduce costs, where would be some thoughtful ways to do it. And I don't want to engineer it, but cost engineer it, but kind of along those lines.
I can weigh in on the cost. First, I would have to say the cost estimator had a very, very short time period to turn around the costs. And so I don't think that these costs will be nearly as high as anticipated in this estimate, because the cost estimator assumed that all the landscape area would be landscaped, but we're saying that this is about a preservation. We're keeping the existing trees. We're just removing like non-native things like ivy and broom and other things that have just seeded in there. And as far as restoring or adding additional landscape, the primary area that would add additional landscape would be down near the lawn area, and maybe to some minimal level up above, but I think that that cost is probably high. But she only had that diagram. diagrammatic plan, so she couldn't do a more detailed cost estimate. Likewise for demolition and site prep, there was a pretty big number for that, 235,000. And that I think will require less than that. This one also has a pretty large contractor overhead and profit. So for the contractor overhead, it comes to almost 400,000. That is an estimate to figure out, like, because they have to put an allowance in and contractors typically have something in there. It also has an escalation factor of 100,000. And then we put in a 20% design contingency that will go away. Most likely, it just is in the case that there's a request for like a larger play structure or a more developed plan.
I just wanted the town council to understand those numbers, and we hadn't seen them either.
So the staff isn't here, and if the staff were here, I would, not that you're not staff, I mean the town staff. All right, you asked for it. Mr. Stock, here's your question. At some point, can we get some numbers on the ongoing maintenance, just some ballpark to see what we're looking at? And then
David
because
says
it's
yeah.
10:25 and I've already been irrelevant and irreverent, I just have to ask this question, and I really don't mean it seriously. In the bird sanctuary, are we sure we're not just creating a snack bar for the raptors? And that's the end of my comment.
I'm going to let Carson answer that. He's a birder and he's the project manager on this project.
So can you start with what a birder is?
Here we are. Anybody who's interested at any point in time in something with wings, even to the point of, ooh, look, it has a red feather on its head. You are now a birder. So I would just say, we've recently worked on they're going into construction now, 2 other habitat gardens, which are very much geared towards bringing all manner of wildlife in. One at Larkspur Library. I highly recommend you go check it out. It's going to be ribbon cutting this month. And then also the shoreline restoration at Dunphy Park. All of these had the same considerations, and we reached out to the Marin Audubon Society. We worked with them to get an understanding of how the different plant materials will relate to each other so that you're not providing perches and food sources in direct line sight. We definitely take that stuff into account when doing this design work and in what plants are selected. I do think that there probably is a reasonably high number on some of the demo and site prep, only because it is an 88,000 square foot park space. It doesn't feel like that because nobody ever walks past the lawn, but it is a couple acres. It's quite a big space, and it's all on a hill, and there's a lot of overgrown vegetation there. Unfortunately, most of which is garden scapies and non-native plant material that's quite problematic from a fire and habitat perspective. So to get that stuff out of there and return it to a functioning habitat, it's going to take a little bit of work. But I do think that the result, given the location and how it's a transect from the bay sort of elevation up towards the hill, has the opportunity to be a wonderful wildlife corridor.
Just
in case people are wondering, I'm further than 500 feet from the site, so my recusal was premature.
I'm not giving it back.
I know. I knew you were going to say that.
No.
All right.
You're back. You're back.
Okay. So are we at council questions? Is that where we're at? Yeah. Other questions?
I have questions. So were pictures of the original park taken into account when looking at this? I've had the chance to look at them. I think the Landmark Society has some really great pictures of when Belveron East and West, I think, were first developed, and that park was quite clear in the middle and had small trees at the beginning on one side. I think, if I remember the pictures correctly, there were small trees on one side, and it was pretty much just grass. And then obviously over time that grassy area and just trees on one side have become overgrown and and it's in the state that it is now. When Commissioner Byrne and I first walked through there, I remembered when my kids were very little, we'd heard about this train tunnel, and there's a trestle that's pointed right at that park. If you'll notice what's left of the trestle, and if you go all the way to the back, which I've done, and I have it pinned on Google Maps, there is a train tunnel at the end of that park, and it has been filled in, and I think only coyotes and very small people can get into it now. But
Hopefully not at the same time.
yeah, but I've got to imagine it's not all the way filled in. There's at some point once you've entered the tunnel, the dirt slopes down, and now you're in a giant tunnel that hooks to the left and comes out at Bel Air Elementary School. So
doesn't sound very safe, but yeah.
One of the things I was going to ask is have you guys looked at that? And I don't know if the right move is to incorporate it in some way. I think it would be really hard to make it disappear because it's a gigantic tunnel through a huge mountain. But was just sort of thinking about how you're thinking about the train tunnel at the end. And it's hard to get to because it's, part of it is sloped down, part of it's sloped up. There's a ton of brush there. You have to go by what could be some sort of encampment to get to it.
I have not seen the train tunnel. It sounds like an attractive nuisance to me for children. If only small people can get in, that means children. And so,
is that because of dirt, or is that because it's built that way?
It's a
because it could be
empty. I don't know how tall a train tunnel is, 20 feet high, maybe higher, but that's all been filled in with dirt except for like the last couple feet.
Makes it even scarier.
And it has I think it says 1926 or something like that in the keystone blocks of that train tunnel.
Tried to get to it. I was unsuccessful. I battled through the willow forest at the back. I tried really hard. Yeah. And I couldn't locate it.
You have to go to the left a little bit.
I think I didn't hook the left. Maybe that was my error. But it's challenging to get to. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Because you either go to the right and you get up to the Ring Mountain Trail, or if you go to the left, then that's where the train tunnel is.
Make another play. But I think it's a very interesting structure.
So we have some considerations about that last triangle of city property, and it's bounded by some private property. And I think right now our study ends before that last triangle. So the trail goes up to that point. Studying feasibility beyond there is something that can be considered by the town. But right now, the improvements for this particular project don't go into that very, very top piece.
Okay. The next question I had was about, I think when Commissioner Burr and I walked it with David way back in the day, we were first looking at that. There's a little triangle there that I think it's a variance, or I don't remember what the term is, but we have a right of way basically where
an easement.
Maybe it's an easement where you can connect up through private property from that park to get up to Ring Mountain. And so I wanted to I think just double check that was a really cool part of this restoration project, because you can effectively connect what is an amazing county park with a really great town park.
I'm going to pass that to David and the post committee.
Yes, Vice Mayor Nick Farr. So that the Perini map, that it's a private open space, and when they dedicated that to the HOA controls it, there is a pedestrian easement that they've dedicated and the town has accepted, that you can go from I forget the name. Is it Little?
Oh, is it
Indian Rock?
Yeah,
Thank you. Indian Rock. There's a pathway that connects. So there's already a pedestrian path dedicated at the upper portion. There is a drainage easement dedicated to town on the lower portion. In order for us to make that connection from that triangle, we need an easement dedicated to the town from either the property owner on Indian Rock or the property owner that is on, I believe it's Juno. Mercury. They would have to provide us with an easement so we can make that connection. And then we would have to work with the HOA to extend that pedestrian easement down to that triangle. So we do have a pedestrian easement, but it's on the upper portion to connect from Indian Rock to Ring Mountain. But that pedestrian easement would need to be extended down and offered to the town by the HOA. And then we would need some cooperation from the two property owners that touch the point of that triangle. One or both would need to give us a 3-foot easement pedestrian passageway over their property to make that connection. So it is possible, but if there's cooperation from the HOA or one of the two property owners.
And then one of the other areas when we originally walked it was just kind of the wonky setups with the backyards in the park. Did we ever complete that survey that we talked about the last time?
Yeah, so survey's complete. We know exactly the encroachment and how many feet. So I will be working with our community development director regarding code enforcement on those.
Is what we thought happened what happened?
The property owners building out, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Validating. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other questions? I have a question for post, and I please forgive me because I did step out, but of all the parks that we're looking at, because this one is so currently underutilized and overgrown, I guess in my mind, even though I would benefit from it, I'm more than 500 feet away, but I'm not that far away. To me, it's kind of the lowest priority of these parks in that it would be creating a new site that isn't current. It's not, setting aside the Richardson Bay, which is special. The other neighborhood parks are used, but there are improvements that could be made. This is a park that would, for all intents and purposes, it kind of would be a new park, which isn't to say that that's not amazing. I mean, it's kind of neat to have a new park emerge, but in your deliberations at Post, was there some discussion of the relative priority of this park because it's not an insignificant investment of almost $2 million.
Oh, yeah, well, despite the NCAA tournament, believe starting like tomorrow, we didn't rank these 1 through 4 necessarily on priority. I mean, I would push back. We were very, like, our goal was definitely not to create a new park, but really to maximize what is there. We heard a lot about the, kids and other families who use that grass space. It just happens
little space in the front.
Yeah, in the front. That just happens as we're, looking at it, that there's a lot of opportunity as it moves up. So, we were trying to do anything more than enhance, I would say. But I don't recall us ever sort of ranking, the parks 1 through 4 in terms of, where we would prioritize these. But points well taken, Mr. Hornbrook.
Yeah, I think that it's a good point. We did ask a question that we didn't go through with Post in terms of some of the costs, and I think it's when you were coming back into the room. So the architects went through some of those pieces. So some of the costs are fairly high in this. I think part of it is also as the town is that there are some pieces, and I think Vice Chair Nick Farr mentioned it, that some of the trees were older and some of the blocking of Tiburon Boulevard from some of the residents on Jefferson would like those trees to come back because they've reached their age. They haven't been replaced by the town. So that's part of it. And there is highly invasive, flammable, there's a big old tall palm tree in the back that hasn't been touched ever, that should be looked at just from a risk perspective for the town. So there is some, I mean, if of all the 3 mini parks or the neighborhood parks, say like, which one is like less used? I would say this one has less need to spend some money on, but there are some things that the town should do, in my opinion, that would address usability, happiness of the residents that live on both Jefferson and on Mercury, which are the 2 roads that border it, as well as just risk.
Yeah, so basic stewardship steps.
Yeah, because there has been very little stewardship in the back section.
And so back to the consultants, if you were asked to kind of take a look at that chart of expenses and say, okay, if we were not looking for the the gold-plated version, but we were looking at the basic stewardship version, are there certain steps that you would take, and what would that amount be?
I can't give you an actual dollar amount, but I could say based on community input that if we could do oh my goodness, sorry, if we could do the improvements at the lower level, get the lawn in, get the nature play, deal with the stormwater, because right now the upper part of the park is inaccessible after a storm because the water just comes over the trail. Kind of fix those things and then do the non-native habitat removal at the upper levels. That is the fire danger and kind of just affects everything. At that point, I think you could probably just leave the trail after the stormwater crossing as is for now. Eventually, you can do a compacted earth trail, which is all we're proposing there. We're not proposing paving that. It's just compacted earth. And not necessarily do any new planting in the upper level, just clean out the non-natives. I think that would get you a significant savings because you wouldn't have the grading and demolition of those upper levels. It would just be plant removal.
So if the council were to ask you to take this to the next level, you could conceivably divide it in that way so that the council would have, again, the same modular idea that we were talking about before.
Yeah, we could do that.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, why don't we move to public hearing then? Is there anyone either in the room or online who'd like to comment about this proposal?
Hi, I'm Kathy McLeod. I live right there at the back of the park. I can't remember which room it is. It's kind of the open area in the back wild section where I think there was proposed to have wildflowers and a trail and get rid of all of the non-native plants. There's a lot of French broom. I spent a long time, many days pulling French broom there. And it just keeps coming back. And the thistle keeps coming back. And when the wind blows, it blows into our yard. It would be just great. It would be quality of life. We would be able to walk out the fence, the gate, and not be, getting stuck with the briars. There's also the type of grass that's there is hard to walk in or to get through. And I don't know if that's the kind of grass that creates a lot of ticks, but people just don't go back there in a certain time of year because it is just so, it's bad. The other thing about the tunnel, yes, you can get right up to the tunnel. I know the way if you want me to show you. It is so easy. And it is fascinating, I think. And I'm on the green team, and at the end of the trail on the green team, it talks about, keep going and you'll run into the tunnel. Not as easy as that, like you've said. You went up there and it's pretty hard, but it is easy now because I think some of the neighbors have made their way, and there's a path that goes up to it. I love the idea of kind of asking the neighbors about the easements, and I just think that would be a great amenity or just a historical thing for Tiburon to have that. And I'm a neighbor. I like having people come back there. I would rather more people be back there than less. because yes, it could be a camp out back there. Anyway, thank you and appreciate all the work on these parks. They're really great. I love them. I love the natural wood and those kind of climbing things for the kids. Maybe having something like that back there. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Other comments?
Online, we have Sarah.
Please go ahead.
Sarah, if you can hear me, you need to approve my request to turn your microphone on. And Sarah just lowered her hand, so we're going to move on to Beth.
Hi, my name's Beth. I'm a Tiburon resident. I am really impressed with the design. I just want to let you know, I hope you vote yes so that it can move to the next phase. Keep in mind there were multiple years of feedback, also surveys. So I know it's a little quiet right now because it's like 10:30 or 11 or whatever. I'm too scared to look. I will say I live downtown and the connecting it to the open space would be really wonderful for people who don't live right there and don't know how to get there. A lot of people, I'll have friends be like, this is how you get there. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I think if you can connect the open space and make it more easy for people in town to find, it would be great. And then if you just have something basic like a play area and a picnic table like that they've proposed, you will get more people enjoying the space for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment. I have a question and a couple of thoughts. Can you remind us what the cost is of the next phase of detail planning is for this?
Mayor, it's to get it to the final construction drawings, 96,600.
Thank you. Do folks have comments or thoughts? No.
Yeah, the only thing I say, I don't want to be a downer because I think going ahead and moving ahead with the design is compelling. But when I think about this whole project as the 3 mini parks and the big park, and I think about the money, I think like the sum of the improvements we make to the 3 mini parks should not be equal to the size of the amount that we improve the RBSD ponds. And this one stands out in terms of the cost.
Yeah.
So I would almost goal seek, like say, whatever the $500,000 limit is, that's what we solve for in terms of design. And if you're designing a park that costs more than that, it's just, we just can't, with the amount of money that we have on the balance sheet, like we can't be everything to everyone. And this would be the one that would be, just in terms of usage, would be the one that I would say is the one we need to be more cautious on, but getting design plans, I'm fine with.
Yeah, and that kind of speaks to, again, giving us options in terms of what we can pay for.
I want to follow up with what Jack just said with kind of a different twist to it, maybe. So it sounded from the way that you spoke about the budget, that there was a lot in the budget that was contingency and other things, and I counted, was it 600,000 to the tune of that?
I would say the contractors' numbers come to about 400,000, and then the design contingency, which is for construction costs that are related to design, is another 300,000. We could say that's very high for a design contingency, and especially if we pull back the way we had just discussed, I think that you probably will not need that contingency, but because we're working on concept plans, it's really hard to say for sure.
Yeah, so from that perspective, I would say, we would I'd love to see us first get the numbers down and then see what the real cost is and then decide what we do and don't do.
So are you
But
suggesting that we ask them to come back with a different concept? Or are you saying we should go forward with the design and then decide once we have it in more detail?
Yeah, what I'm asking is for a more realistic budget. I mean, a budget that has 700,000 in contingency is not a realistic budget. And also, I think the designs are great. It's just the cost is pretty high for this park, and I'd love to see more realistic numbers without so much contingency. And I like the design, though. I think it's really good.
Yeah, but tonight we're just asked to give the staff authority for the agreement to prepare the final design plans, and how we prioritize the actual projects is a decision we can make at another time when we actually have money.
Well, I mean, I guess we have kind of there is a bit of a threshold decision here about whether we want to kind of redesign the concept a little bit or not. I'm agnostic about it right now, but.
But your wonderful word about modular build out can apply to this also. We can make that decision once we have the plan.
The other thing that I would add is that I actually think the plan needs to deal with how to deal with the tunnel. Because it's either, it could be an amenity, but it's definitely a safety risk. And so either it needs to be bricked up or something needs to happen if we're gonna actually encourage people to use this park more heavily to deal with that.
But the tunnel entrance is not on town land, is it? It's on private land, right?
Is that right?
I don't know the answer to that. I was looking over there, but everyone looked away as soon as I looked over, like, oh, look at me.
Everyone's going.
Yeah.
I think everyone's falling asleep, Jack.
Sorry.
Give it to Andrew.
So I had a couple, I think, I'd like to, echo what Jack and Holly and John have said about, sort of thinking about the funding. When we put together the master plan, we thought about a couple things. We had some guiding principles around utilization and other things like that. But we also thought with the parks of, why are we doing this with the park? What parks do we need? What amenities do we need in the parks? And then the fourth area was how are we going to pay for it? And so I think one part of this that we haven't really talked about a lot is, are there amenities that we could put in a park like this, which is effectively a blank slate, that might come with a funding source? Are there things we can plan around a park that would help there? I don't know if there are grants for, I don't know what you call it, train tunnel abatement, right? Or are there other things like that where we could potentially get a funding source that would help us with a park that's a problem? It's a fire hazard. Is there money for that? We got an old train tunnel there that probably has bats and coyotes living in it. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. And are there any amenities we could seek to put into a park like this that would potentially come with a funding source? Maybe it's a play structure that is, the word is escaping.
Coin operated.
No, well, a play structure that is for all different abilities, for instance, that might come with a funding source attached to it. Yeah, an accessible playground.
So I guess my sense of this one, and like I said, I'm agnostic. I could go either way if people really feel strongly. But my sense of this one is that it probably needs a little bit more conceptual thought before designing, because I do think that the 2 million plan is not going to happen. So that might actually change the way you think about what you do with the park. A $500,000 project is a lot different from a $2 million project. It's not just less of everything, right? It's different. So I think this one we might want to send back for more I don't know. What does Post think? Do you think it's fully baked, or do you want to think about it some more?
Well, I think one option to look at is what the cost would be to just do the first, quarter of the park, that basically that field
Yeah,
area.
right. That's
And
what comes to
the
mind.
back part, all of the back part, I mean, part of the compelling case of this park was the connection to the open space. But with the research that town staff has done, they found that we really don't have an easement.
You'd have to start by building that connection and then do the rest of the park if you wanted to base it on.
Yeah, no, we would actually need to acquire land
Right.
or get an easement. And we don't have that. And my understanding is we may not get it based on the non-interest of those landowners. So my point is if we do get that easement or we buy the land, then we could think about investing in the longer part of the park. But right now, since we don't have it, maybe just focus on that first field and see what the cost of that is.
I like that idea.
There's also I think, Mayor Wallner, you brought up the stewardship component of it, where at a bare minimum, we've got to clean it up.
Yeah, we can't
Right.
have an attractive nuisance or any kind
Right.
of overgrown fire hazard or whatever.
Then can we get a break on the design fees then to have a design the smaller?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm thinking is, I mean, we want to move forward quickly and with urgency, but I also think that in this case, it might make sense to just take another swing at the concept and the cost of the design related to that, and then look at it again. Because otherwise what we would have to do is we would have to say, shrink it reasonably, we don't have to know what you're doing. Like, just figure it out and send it back to us. And I feel a little irresponsible doing that without actually getting a concept back that is more in line with what we could fund.
So I'd like to move forward, but maybe we move forward with a more simplified version of the park, because maybe the park has too much going on.
No, right, but I guess we would have to have a.
And that
we
will
would
have
to
an
have some way
impact
of
on
deciding how much to fund the design, the scaled back design, because right now it's 96 for the full thing.
Well, it's going to come back to us, right? And
Yeah, the
I
final-
think, I think
But I mean, the design costs, we would be approving a design cost of what? Because right now it's 96 for the full thing, so we would have to.
so here's an idea.
Why don't we say, I mean, sorry, go ahead. Well, you were.
So can we move it forward by asking for what Commissioner Moon was saying, a scaled back version, and then it comes back to us, but we've given the go ahead to do the design.
Okay, but so I feel like we're
vote on that.
I feel like we're talking past each
So
other.
you're also
I'm
looking-
saying there's a cost to the design, the full design, not doing it, but just designing it. Right now, it's 96,000 for the complex design. If we're asking them to do a smaller design, presumably they would want to go back, come up with a new estimate, and give us an estimate that's more like, I don't know, 30 to 50,000 or so. I don't know what it would be, but something less than the complex design that we could then approve. So I suppose, we could ask staff to review the number, I suppose, but that seems,
Okay, but we're not approving budgets tonight. We're approving the concept.
we're approving budgets for design.
We're approving design
Right,
budget, but we
but-
could also give a
But
number
we're
not
not
to exceed.
allocating, wait, we're not allocating the money.
I think you're all are saying essentially the same thing. But I think Mayor Wellner strikes me, and I don't want to speak for the consultants at all, but I think what's reasonable is to say, what I'm hearing is you want a pared back design, perhaps that first oval. But I think it is reasonable to give the consultant a little bit of time, not to make it up on the fly tonight, and to say, okay, here's a revised, we'll only touch this area, here's a revised concept, and here's the cost for that
Right,
design, and they'll bring it back at a relatively soon.
Right.
I mean,
and just to add to that, it's really the scale back design, which is the upfront, plus the stewardship aspect of making sure there's no fire danger
I need to, I think I can talk to staff, and that may be a separate
Oh, that may be a
separate thing that the town staff handles in terms of,
That may just
it
be
may
a
not need to
maintenance
be
issue.
part of the park design is my point. If we're
That's a
talking
good
about
point.
straight up vegetation management, that's a different sort of animal.
Mic on for. I have a question. The way the approvals are couched is to prepare final designs in an amount not to exceed 96,600, not to exceed. So at this point, isn't it possible to ask her to go ahead with final design plans, taking into consideration what you're talking about?
I think it's a little. I'm trying to get comfortable with it, but I think we need to see a number, because otherwise we're basically telling the consultant, spend what you think you need to get to the design we want.
And we put a limit on the amount. So what kind of information would you need to put a limit on the amount that you're comfortable with?
Tim looked like he has something to say, and also I broke your heart too.
No, not at all. It's sticker shock, and I think we're all feeling it. I mean, that's obvious here. We didn't see that as, we came through post. So as this got to this stage was the first time we saw costs on this. So I think we're all, I would assume, we're all in alignment on the sticker shock. And I think we probably are in alignment with phasing this out. I would assume there's also a cost to sending this back just to come back. So I mean, I think feels like there would be support to move it forward at some reduced rate. And I don't know if that's setting a cap or whatever that might be. I agree. A blind leap of faith is not always the best way to go, but I do think that we're all feeling that sticker shock, and there's consistency in what's reducing it.
I understand where you're coming from, John, but if we sign up for 2 more turns instead of 1 turn,
but they're not full turns. It's just that they need a little
turns,
time.
But the 2 turns are going to cost money.
I don't think. Do you guys charge us for coming up with the estimate?
There was a sub-consultant that did the estimate for us that was part of our original contract.
So if it goes back and forth twice, that's going to be an increased cost.
I think that's minimal. What do you think, Greg?
I just, I'm just telling my personal opinion, which is instead of a leap of faith, it doesn't, and please, the consultant can jump in if I'm getting this wrong. It doesn't seem like our super heavy lift to scale back and just say, we're only going to touch this area. This is what it would cost to design it. I'm assuming we could have that information for the next council meeting on April 15th. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't think we're talking about a big, long delay here. So
that's my strong preference, but I understand other people feel. I mean, I think people feel the need to vote yes on everything so that we can we move forward on all the parks. But I think in this case, it was a $2 million proposal, and I think we need a scaled back design that we can then get and pay for in the normal course. I don't think we're talking about more than a month delay.
I can weigh in if this helps. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I think that the majority of the costs for construction and for detailing and design are in the lower third of the park, I would say. The upper third, if we just leave that trail as is, we don't touch the trail, and we consider no new planting in that upper 2/3, and we just through whatever means you have, consider it a maintenance and fire protection thing. That's certainly possible, and that could reduce our fee some, but probably not 2/3, 1/3. It's just not going to go that way, because most of the detailing and everything happens in the first third of the park. The other thing that you can do, I mean, it is a time and materials not to exceed contract. So what you have is the top number that can be spent, and then we just bill you for the time we actually are working on it. And it may take us less time if we're not detailing the upper level, no new seating, no new trail, no new planting. It's just a note on a plan saying remove non-natives. I think also we have to consider that the budget, the cost estimate, I think needs refinement but she is not going to be able to do the refinement until she gets more detailed plans. So we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, but I think you'll be surprised that it will go down once they get the more detailed plans, the contingency goes away. So I don't know. I mean, whatever you choose, we are happy to deal with, but those are just a little explanation.
I know it's scary, but I think we should do it.
Well, then it's funny, right? Like if you look at the cost, the design fee, and then you look at the projected costs, like this park has the lowest design fee
Yes.
already.
Yes.
So like, you know, I don't know that we're going to get a huge break if we send it back. So I could see, I'm fine voting to just go ahead with it.
The other thing I would point out is if one of you, I think it was you, Jack, who tossed out the number for the park of like, 500,000 for the whole thing. I would just, interesting what you pointed out about the design fee for this versus the others. But I would also point out that the design fee in this case would be, a fifth of the cost of the whole thing. Right?
No, but that's exactly what.
That's what the others are like
Bel Air
too.
is,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
So
yeah, I
I-
move that we go ahead and authorize the design of this park.
I second it.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr,
Yes.
and Mayor Wilner.
Abstain.
Where we started. But I want to make sure everybody understands. You said move ahead with the design of the whole park. Are we talking about?
No, we're with the scaled back design we're talking about, right?
That's
what I was.
That's what I didn't hear that part. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, was everyone clear that he was talking about the full 1.9
No,
plan?
no.
Or were we talking about the scaled back design?
If
I think we were unclear on what everyone
Okay.
was voting on.
Redo. My motion was to go ahead with the design as proposed in the presentation.
Yeah,
that was my understanding.
that was my understanding also.
The full thing.
The full thing. But to to put something in there around stewardship, so we at least have that information.
No, but this is the full thing. Everything is in there.
Okay, so you guys are voting, so I'm changing my vote to no.
I'm comfortable with the full thing. Yeah.
I said we would increase the cadence, which we did. But... Okay,
And we go to
this isn't really a public comment time. Oh.
Like to make a comment, just because I think it could also support the two-part sign going there. Is that when you are authorized?
Yeah, you need.
So sorry, this is very unprofessional of me, but. Hi, I'm Brianna and I'm the designer for the two other mini parks. When you are authorizing this next stage of design, I think it's important to realize that it's going to be a progressive design where we submit a 30% drawing set, a 50% drawing set, a 100% drawing set, and the design can be scaled appropriately at each of those phases. And I think you've mentioned several times what's important to you is a feasible number. I think the only way to get to a feasible number is by developing the design further. And as you develop the design and you look at the costs of that design, you can go, okay, this is still way beyond what we can afford. How do we adjust it to get it within budget? And you can think of this as an overall vision that you may not be able to implement at this time. And that's the modular approach that you've brought up a couple times. In developing this design, once they start to work on it, they may figure out, well, we can do a lot of this lower stuff now within the budget that you guys can approve whenever the plans come to you eventually, and working with the post commission. And then this could just be this overall vision that maybe gets fully implemented one time in the future, but right now you can only do a little bit. And the only way to discover that is to go through this iterative design process. And so I hope that helps maybe take away some of the anxiety. And I wanted to say that because this may come up when I present too. So sorry for speaking for you, but
Thank you. Okay, well, we voted. So I think we're going to move to the next two parks and the next consultant.
That's great. So as an introduction to the two other mini parks for Cypress Hollow and Bel Air, you've already met the consultant that works with us, Brianna, who's with Carlisle Macy. And also thank you, RHAA. Thank you, Manuela. And we're really excited about engaging with them as part of the search committee to bring them Carlisle Macy. They're actually from Santa Rosa. So it's been great to bring in some other folks outside of the Marin County area to do that analysis. And as you guys know, Commissioner Burr and I spent a lot of time with the community on both of these parks. Again, our goals were neighborhood parks, not destination parks. But yet they're also somewhat unique. Cypress Hollow has been an established playground. People have been going there. It was built in the 1990s as part of the Cypress Hollow development. And then the Bel Air Park has been there for a much longer period of time, and it's surrounded by homes of different types. And so it's been an interesting process, but all of them have been involved in this process. The neighborhood has been, and I'm really excited about the work that Brianna and her team have done. So with that intro, Brianna, and thank you again for being here and driving all the way down.
Happy to be here. Do you mind making that full screen for me? Okay, well, I've already introduced myself. Thank you for allowing me to make that comment out of line. I'm here to talk to you about Cypress Hollow. Cypress Hollow is already a developed park. It's got several play areas. The site slopes, and so you've got a play area up at the top, and then you've got some swings and a kind of like a fitness monkey bar area at the bottom. A lot of the lawn and DG areas have diminished without maintenance. There's an existing perimeter fence, and there's a ton of beautiful trees. This is the original concept we presented to Post. And it largely received favorable responses, especially when it came to the play area and some of the amenities. You can see at the bottom, the things that did not have a lot of support was getting rid of the perimeter fence and this idea of trying to open up visibility into the park. The feedback we received was to keep the perimeter fence, keep the flowering ornamental trees. People really, really love those. To keep the center of the park open, reduce some of the size of the play areas, and also consider providing spaces for other age groups, including the elderly. So this is the revised concept. And so I'm going to walk through just some of the features. The nature play, or for the playgrounds, we're focusing on nature play. And basically these three areas here are where there's already existing equipment, and all we've done is expanded them just a little bit. We've replaced the monkey bars with an alternative swing. It could be for older kids. It could be a group swing that kids in wheelchairs can be transferred into. It could be a lot of things. New tot swings, these are pretty old. I know, I think resident Beth talked about playgrounds should be updated every 5 years. Most playgrounds have a lifespan of 20 to 25 years, not including regular replacement of things that break. But after about 20 years, playground manufacturers stop making the replacement parts and new requirements are out. So it's time for this playground to be updated. The existing playground up top, we've expanded it just a little bit in order to create space for larger play equipment. And just wanted to point out that the upper play area will be completely fenced. We've also reoriented and adjusted the seating and picnic areas. So now there are 2 picnic areas which are associated with the play spaces, and then seating areas that are a little bit separate and apart from those play areas that would have, we're showing benches here, but they could have game tables. That's something we can develop as we further the design, but just trying to create, particularly here, spaces where people could go and sit and be within this beautiful landscaping, watch their dog running around on the lawn, that kind of thing. One of the biggest items in this park is improving the accessibility. There are currently no accessible paths of travel to the upper playground. And so we are proposing this perimeter sidewalk. What that does is gives you access all around the park so that someone can get out of their car. If they've got a stroller, they can either pop it over the curb or go down to the ramp that's here and then move along and get to an accessible path that takes you to the upper playground and the picnic areas, or they can come in here and access the same kind of amenities. This existing asphalt trail that's in roughly this location is not accessible under current code requirements. And to make it accessible for a stroller or a wheelchair would mean creating a series of switchbacking ramps, and it would just be a lot of grading and very unreasonable for a cost. So we're proposing an accessible stepped staircase. So accessible for most people, but not people in wheelchairs. So there's different types of accessibility. We did put the perimeter fence back. So there's now a perimeter fence going around the entire park property with 2 gated entries, very similar to what's there now. And then an interior fence around the upper play area to help keep dogs and kids separated. There's not an existing fence around the current swing set, and no one seemed to mind that really, so we kind of just kept the status quo for that. We are protecting as many trees as possible. Of course, all of the cypress, redwood, and oak trees are being protected, and we're protecting as many of the flowering ornamental trees as we can. We modified the design to work around those trees. There are 3 that we can't save under the current design. There's 2 right here. In order to get this accessible path in, we have to grade and we would disturb those trees. And then the same thing is right over here, but you can see we're proposing planting more than 3 trees to mitigate for that. We're talking about reestablishing the grass recreational area and then updating some of the planting areas with low maintenance native mixed perennials and grasses. And that these things receive very high support in our survey. The cost estimate, again, it's a very high level cost. The cost estimator makes a lot of assumptions, and as we develop the design, we can dial this in. But you can see direct cost is about $1 million. That includes a 10% contingency. And indirect costs, $318,000. That includes cost escalation and bonds and contractor fees. The biggest line item here is the playground equipment, and we just said put a $250,000 placeholder line item for the playground equipment. That does not mean that's how much the playground will actually cost. It was just a placeholder number for something that's reasonable. There definitely can be much less expensive playgrounds, and that also includes surfacing and the base rock and drainage. And then you'll notice grading and paving is also a large item. There is a lot of grading that has to be done to make these spaces accessible. We told the cost estimator that we would have some very short retaining walls and retaining curbs, especially along that stepped staircase. As we refine the design, we will fine tune these numbers. And this fencing line item is like a really high unit cost line item that I think in reality would be much more expensive or less expensive depending on the type of fencing we do, especially along the perimeter. And that's my presentation.
Okay, questions?
Well, I noticed in some, not particularly for this project, but in general, the public often brought up the question of whether there were areas and play areas in the park where one area would be attractive to multi-aged kids so that families who have children with widely dispersed interests and ages, it was easier to monitor them. Is that one of the amenities here?
Yes, we used in the prior concept, we had two play areas, one for ages 2 to 5 and one for ages 5 to 12. But in this proposal, we just have one combined playground. So we would specify equipment that would appeal to both age groups.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Post. You got feedback from a lot of people about this project. You know, is this revised design kind of very popular with the folks that chimed in at your meeting, or is there a feeling that there's still a lot of compromise, or how was it received?
So it was pretty well received. So, I mean, I met with, this is actually a unique park from all of our parks, is that there's actually a lighting district. So they actually pay for the maintenance of this piece as part of when the town acquired that.
That's right.
That property. So I actually met with them at a local Italian restaurant to spend some money. It helps sales tax 1% every time, I've been told, to help to get more pieces on that. And that's when they first brought up, like, we really want the split rail fence. We want that kept in the design. So the original design, when we met, that wasn't there. So that got added back.
There were there were a lot of changes based on feedback. It sounds like, right?
So there was a lot, and then the trees, they really like and if you go by, they may have all already peaked and already the blooms might be coming off, but it is very colorful in that section. And so it was making sure we met all the needs with many of the parks. Some of the changes is there's very generational differences. Because of this has a playground in it. So some of the questions were like, well, gee, do we really have to make it accessible? And it's like, well, yeah, yes, we do. For both code and just because it's the right thing to do as a community. And it shouldn't even be up for debate.
Right.
And people understood that. So generally, the residents who live directly across the street, everyone's kind of like, yes, thank you for making the changes from that. Tim, is there anything else that you all want to add?
We've had a tremendous amount of public comment in our hearings. It's just, it's just late. So I think we've done a lot over the last few years to hear the community out. I mean, at our last hearing, we talked a lot about matching some of the plants with, some of the neighbors' plants. So I think the answer.
Wow.
Wow,
that was the level of.
It was like a self-complimentary with some of the neighbors, but there's been a lot of engagement from the folks in this community. A concern about it becoming a destination, but I mean, I'd like to think that with all the feedback that's been taken over the last few years, the community really coalesced around this design. I'm looking at the numbers, and we had 20 plus public commenters at our last post hearing, if not more.
Okay. And then can you put the budget back up?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't that far from 1.9. It's not 500, right? It's interesting when you were talking, it sounded like, and again, you made clear that sort of this is iterative and it goes, it changes as you go, but sounded like you were backing off some of the numbers a little bit in terms of them being high. Is that your overall impression that the total is higher than it will be?
Yeah, I think generally it's better to assume top costs when you're at this very conceptual, almost cartoon level of a design, because it would be really bad to come back later and say, oops, it's actually way more expensive than I said it was. So I know, for instance, that this fencing cost, our cost estimator used like a metal chain link fence unit cost, which we wouldn't do that here. But that's a good, at this level, start with a high cost, right? And again, I mentioned for the playground equipment, I told them use a $250,000 placeholder. Because in the previous design, we had 2 play areas, and it's depending on the manufacturer you go with and the style of playground equipment that's selected, it's not hard to get a $250,000 playground. We've pulled that back quite a bit, and I think we understand that the neighborhood wants probably something that's not that expensive. It really depends. Sometimes the stuff that is the cutest is the most expensive. And so again, this is just to give you, like, I think this is the highest this could possibly cost, and I really don't think it will cost this much. But at this level, it's really hard to give you a very defined answer because we don't really know. We haven't developed the design that far.
It would be a very refreshing experience to have this be high and then the actual cost be lower. Generally speaking, with public projects, they tend to go higher
Right.
than the estimate. So if you had to identify, what part of this project is kind of, I mean, you've already said the playground equipment could be less, the fencing could be less. Grading and paving seems like that is a necessity in terms of making the plan work.
Yes, I do think that for right now, I think the unit cost that we used for the paving is like all concrete, even though we know that this probably won't all be concrete. I know there is some decomposed granite in there, but again, when we started developing the design and talking with the town and talking about maintenance considerations, you may want to use a material that's more expensive than DG. So I'd rather give you the ballpark cost of a higher material than the cheaper material. So I think that there is that there's probably some wiggle room in that number too. I mean, then those are all the big ones. I feel like the planting and irrigation is probably pretty close to the, based on the square footage of planting area. We've got pretty good estimates for planting and irrigation per square foot. The irrigating the lawn might adjust that, but I feel like that number is probably pretty close. This utilities number is an assumption that we're going to need to do some drainage and site furnishings. That number is entirely dependent on what site furnishings we select and how much the contractor's markup is. There are ways through purchasing departments, like you guys could purchase the site furnishings yourself and provide them to a contractor. That's a way to cut down costs if you have that ability through your purchasing department. So there's ways to play with these numbers. But I think this is kind of, we're giving you we think this is probably the highest it would possibly go.
Other questions? All right. Open the public hearing. Any comments from folks? Okay. I think is the mic on?
Hi.
Much
I live near this park, so I'm really eager to see it upgraded. That said, I think this concept design might benefit from a little more refinement or a little more exploration before moving forward to the schematic design phase or whatever it's been called. I really hesitate to say that because we all just want it to happen. But I'm really curious if the architect ever explored enlarging the upper play area and maybe relocating all of the play equipment into that space up there, or at least most of it. Like from visiting the site a lot, that area is feels very underutilized. It's pretty flat. There's a lot of dirt. There's a paved 4 square court that no one really plays anymore. So that kind of space just sits empty. And I'm just curious why we're not kind of exploring extending some of the play structures into that space. Some of the residents there, some of the maybe older residents have expressed wanting a quieter space in the park. So if you could take some of the active recreation play stuff out of the lower part and put it more in the upper park, it would serve the needs of parents who want everything kind of in one spot so they can have their kids in one play area while also creating maybe a quieter space lower. Maybe it's not possible to put play equipment there. I'm not sure. It's just, I'm there a lot and I'm always in that space going, this is just feels so dead. Like, why can't we do something more here? If the current design stays, I would say definitely we need a proper play structure with a slide in the upper area. I'm not sure if this design, what the little doodads and stuff are representing, but this park is one of only 2 town parks with a playground, and it's the only one you can actually park next to. So it's really important that there's a proper like play structure there for young kids. And then in terms of the lower part with this latest design proposes 2 swing sets. I'm wondering if that's the best course of action, maybe just retain like 1 swing set and 1 monkey bar. But I'm not sure if we're at that granular stage of kind of like picking the playground equipment, but it seems like we kind of are. So, and I just want to say this is a really important moment for this park. It hasn't been upgraded. At least the play structures haven't been upgraded in nearly 20 years. So I think we want to make sure we do a really great job because it might be another 20 years before it gets upgraded again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online or?
Next online will be Beth.
Hi, my name's Beth. I'm a Tiburon resident. This is my favorite playground. Well, Belvedere Park doesn't count as Tiburon, but there's only so much Belvedere Park you can do. And south of Knoll is really challenging for women who are pregnant or if you have a baby that might need to go home for a nap or kids that don't like strollers. So Cypress Hollow is really important to the Tiburon community. The parking is really easy. There's the play area and the picnic table, but the issue's been is that this is coming up on its 20 years since it was created. I mean, so much has happened in the last 6 months in AI. I can't even think back to 20 years ago. Like the technology has significantly changed. There's so much more out there. I have talked to other vendors about the price of a playground, and this seems pretty in line as a conservative estimate. So I would really just love for the town to approve this and move forward with it, and then we continue to iterate on it to make it the best that it can. I would also just want to make sure that perfect isn't going to be the enemy of safety, accessible, and fun. I personally am more of a fan of the designs presented at Post because there was just more play structures and areas that I could decipher from the designs. With this one, to Jenna's point, I know we're not really at picking the designs, but it just seems like it's the same area and there does seem to be some underutilized space. So I know you heard a lot about the neighbors at the Post around trees and the grass and multi-generational, but that doesn't mean that we have to put the kids in a tiny little corner. And then the swing sets are tricky, an accessible swing set takes up some extra space. So I think we can just get creative there and make it a wonderful place for everyone. And I just do hope that you vote yes so that no one gets hurt on the current playground that's just frankly not safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Linda.
Hi, my name's Linda, and I just want to echo what Jenna and Beth said. My kids used to take them there all the time. Such a great playground. It's just gotten more run down where I took my first 2 kids there, and I really don't take my last 2 because the equipment and the whole park is not as safe. So I hope that the town moves forward with updating this park, take the community feedback into the next iteration. And thanks so much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay. All right. So let's close the public hearing and we can bring it back for comments and questions.
So the public comment brought up a question that I have now. The different things that Jenna was talking about. If we were to approve this could those be taken into consideration or not?
Yes, they can. I want to just pull up the original concept, which was expanding the upper play area into that unused space and providing more play equipment at the bottom, expanding that area so that you could have swings and play equipment for young children, and then you could have swings for older kids or just more play equipment at the top. But that was part of the direction we were given after the post-commission meeting, was to look at reducing the play equipment areas, that maybe it was too much. And having additional swings for older kids was original feedback from the like pre us being hired surveys that were done. So I think as we develop the design, we really need clear direction on what's included and whose feedback is taking priority, because otherwise we go back and forth a little bit. So, and I think the difficult part is we want to respond to everybody. And it's hard to find the balance. And so when we made these updates, this was trying to find a balance between providing a little bit of an expansion of the play areas, but not as much as originally proposed. Keeping this part of the park open. One of the things that was really important was fully fencing in the playgrounds. So in the original concept, the playground fencing went all the way around. That's why we got rid of the perimeter fencing. But that people really didn't like removing the perimeter fencing, but they wanted the playground to also be fenced. And so this adjustment here, by just fencing the upper play area and not the swings, was again trying to find a middle ground. So it's a delicate balance between a lot of feedback and yeah, it would be, as we develop the design further, very clear direction on how you would like to see that developed is very helpful.
Okay, but you can take that input into consideration, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. I really went on a diatribe.
No,
Yes,
no,
absolutely. We can take all feedback into consideration and work it in. But
Okay.
you know, I do think that especially in this park, there's a lot of feedback
It's
that
like there's some contradictory feedback.
That is
Correct, yeah.
contradictory. Okay, okay, that makes sense.
Could I give a little, just a bit? So this is a very small park. So, and then one of the plans in the long term is actually to add another play structure area near Blackie's as part of the strategic plan. So one that would be larger and more accessible to easy parking to add to that. So addressing the needs. So, and then on the swings, the reason that there are no children's swing, there's no swings that are for a human of my size or smaller to sit in to swing. This would be
Did you
only
want to swing?
No, I didn't want to swing, but I'm just using the size as an example. It could be it could be you, it could be you. But it's a matter of like a place for kids to swing, as well as it's an accessible swing, to add that in as well. Because right now there's only 2 tot swings, which is for kids that are like 2 and under. So it's trying to add some amenities that the folks requested. In terms of the expansion on the upper part of the feedback from the community members were like, hey, that's nice, but we liked our little area over there just to sit and because it's a multi-generational park. So we're trying to address all generations. It's not perfect, but it's a good compromise. I mean, the split rail fence, we were really surprised by that. The community members were like, no, we really want that fence. And it was like, well, yeah, but the dogs will, they're like, no, we want that fence back. Or we want it kept. It's like, okay, here you go. So it's a hard process, but because there's a potential for another play structure to be built in town where there's plenty of parking, that just seemed like, okay. Because as I explained to them, and we did this often, is like, we're planning for now and for the next 20 years. So how do we do that? So
Thank you for that.
sure. I appreciate the question.
And I know how hard it is to be a consultant and get a lot of conflicting information that you have different priorities you have to put together. So thank you for saying that as well.
Other comment?
We're
We're in discussion, yeah.
I mean, I just want to say, so as inclined as I am to take someone who stayed until 11:40 at night, I really appreciate you staying, and I appreciate all of the comments you've made over the years. I really want to thank the Post for doing the hard work of like negotiating with the whole community. And I just think where they've ended up is the consensus of the whole community, and I would be loath to provide different directions, and I would be inclined to approve it as it is. And again, thank you. You guys have done so much work, your whole team. It's incredible, honestly. I think David, actually, that includes you too.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So I will go ahead and move it because I do think that I got reassurances that you can still work with Jenna if we move forward on the final designs and what type of play structure, and work with the entire community as well. So I will move this one forward.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nick Farr,
Yes.
and Mayor Wellner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So quickly, the next one, Bel Air. The goal for Bel Air was keeping it simple.
Yeah, I actually have to recuse myself. So give me 1 second.
Oh.
I don't want to interrupt you. So I need to recuse myself because of a potential conflict of interest. So
Your location of your property to the park.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry that we won't have you here. So for the Bel Air play area, keeping it simple and simple was the plan. So that's what Brianna and her team have set up for us.
Thank you. All right, so Bel Air play area right now is a pretty open field, completely surrounded by residential backyards. And then there are like, I think roughly 10-foot access easements that connect to sidewalks, public sidewalks at Karen Way and Clare Way. You can see that there are some amenities, a trash can with some signage, and then residents have added their own tables and chairs over time. There's some existing drainage. This is drainage from a neighbor's property that comes into this large storm drain. There's a couple instances of that. I mean, the whole site sort of slopes and then people's backyards slope into it. And so, I think the fact that it's kind of just a big field and it rains and gets wet and muddy. And so as much as people love using it, it can only be used in certain weather. And I think historically maintenance has probably been a little bit of an issue. That was some of the feedback we received. So what we really wanted to do was just provide, kind of enhance the space and provide more structured amenities for the way people are using the space. This was the original concept that was presented to Post. And it was generally favored. People really liked planting areas with low maintenance native vegetation and establishing a lawn and shade trees, a big focus on the vegetation, and then providing seating areas and picnic areas and a walking path. Also received generally favorable opinions. The feedback we received at the last meeting was people thought there were maybe too many picnic areas and maybe too many benches. So we were asked to reduce those. There were quite a few comments about, if I go back to this plan, we kind of left this area between the walking path and neighbors' fences as like a vegetated buffer. But we didn't provide a lot of clarity on what that would look like and how it would be maintained, and people had concerns about that. So we tried to clarify that, and then several people brought it providing a drinking fountain. So this is the revised concept. It looks pretty much the same, except you can see we've taken away one of the picnic areas, and now we just have 2 benches on either side. And then we've clarified that the vegetation around the perimeter would be planted and maintained and irrigated. So the seating areas now is just one picnic area. This is located roughly where that existing picnic table and chair is in the picture. It would be on some kind of pad and have an ADA accessible table. And then the 2 benches, one would have ADA accessible companion seating, and the other one could just be on, in footings kind of situated off the side of the trail. The pathway would be a natural surface of some kind. We're proposing a loop here. That just kind of helps provide a little bit of an edge to the lawn and helps provide that vegetated buffer, just trying to respect people's backyards a little bit. And then also it allows us to create these 2 accessible entrances from Karen and Clairway. Again, vegetation, planting these areas with mixed perennials and grasses, establishing a grass recreational lawn, and then adding some accent and shade trees. There are only a few trees within the property, and then most of the trees are on neighbors' properties. So providing some additional shade trees was providing shade was something that was originally requested, and people seem to favor shade via trees versus like a built structure. One item we'll need to address is just making sure that this pathway can cross over, the existing irrigation. And so this would look like some kind of a culvert in the path or maybe a little footbridge. It would really depend on how the grading turned out. The cost estimate, the big ticket item here is planting and irrigation, and then the grading and paving. Planting and irrigation is this high because there's no current irrigation or even a water meter there. So you'd have to set a new water meter and a backflow preventer, which means going into the street. So that's a pretty big cost in terms of that, and you need the new controller and everything. So I think that we could do solar powered controllers, so we wouldn't have to worry about getting electricity back there. But it is a pretty big cost. And then again, all of these items include a 10% contingency just because we don't have a very sharpened pencil at this stage. And then we include the kind of overhead and cost escalation for a total of just under $500,000.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I do have a question. In the past, there were some problems about supervision about what went on in the park with the younger kids, and part of that problem was because of the limited view into the park and really not having the resources to have someone pop up and just cruise it every so often. Has that been addressed in any way in these plans? The limited view into the park?
There's not really a way that I'm aware of to open up the views into the park without asking neighbors to change their fences. You can see here, this little strip of land right here, that's the access in, and the property is lined along the property line for the whole thing by people's fences. The neighbor who lives right here has a low, like 3-foot or 4-foot picket fence for their backyard fence, but everyone else has like a 6 to 7-foot fence, and that's around the entire property. So I'm not really sure how that could be addressed except by providing a pathway and having more people want to come into the space. Sometimes more eyes on the space is one way to increase visibility, but certainly not like a police cruiser going by kind of thing.
There's still no drive-by view.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I think throughout the process, there has been questions by longer term Bel Air residents around the provenance of this park. Do we feel comfortable that we've done all the due diligence that we need to around whether or not this park is a park or open space, or whether it was deeded to the neighborhood? Do we feel comfortable with that?
Yes, 100%. This park was deeded to the town. It was dedicated, the play area was dedicated to town, and the town accepted the play area and the two entrances on both sides.
Thank you.
So can I just add to that, because you might have something to add? So I actually did a little research on it, because in the deed it is labeled play area. So that means it's not a park and it's not open space either. And I tried to look at some other developments in the county, because the deed was produced in the county, as to what play area was. And all I could figure out is that it limits the use. It talks about sandboxes. It talks about a few play structures, and it just is not clear at all, but it definitely is not open space.
You are correct. So it's not considered open space, but play area, and I checked as well.
Did you?
Yeah, a few different definitions for it. Some definitions that I found online in other jurisdictions considered a play area just as a park with play structures in it. So it can have play structures in it because it is a play area, and the definitions that I found online, some jurisdictions did allow structures, but to be safe here, we complied with what the residents wanted out there. Originally, we had a spot right in the middle that said future play area with, low, natural style climbing logs, very low, not more than a couple of feet high, maybe 3 feet. And the neighbors just said no. So post commission said, we'll remove that.
And the resources that I looked at were approved projects in Marin County. Yeah. Yeah. And I came up with the same idea, and I think it was a trick to accommodate good use of this piece of land and still respect the neighbors. It's a good job.
I have a question about the greenery around the outside of the ring. There have been a few instances in town where, and I'm thinking about on Avenida Miraflores at Del Mar Middle School. They put in these grasses along this sort of small hillside, and those grasses that were there, I think the original idea was it was supposed to be like a nice change from the dirt hillside that it was before. In landscaping this, I think the concern that I would have is maintenance costs and what happens when these plants mature, and how often will they need to be changed, and was there any consideration around just making it all grass, and what sort of led to not doing something like that?
Some of the original feedback that was prepared by the post commission prior to us joining as part of your larger master plan process was that people wanted the site to be better maintained, and people wanted native vegetation. So I think that was the impetus for us exploring adding other vegetation besides just making it a big grass field. And then, in terms of the maintenance consideration for, adding all this vegetation, when we do the actual planting design, we would space the plants so that they could achieve their natural form without having to be maintained. Our goal would be to put in mixes of perennials and grasses that, I mean, I know I'm just in Sonoma County, but you guys, your climate is so much different here. It's so much cooler. Things just really thrive here. And so in terms of the plant palette, it would be things that really don't need a lot of touching and a lot of irrigation once they're established. And we really design it to try and be as low maintenance as possible, but beautiful. And I think there's a way, especially with native plantings, to kind of design it so that you don't have to go in and really maintain it. And shrubs, if they get big, they were placed in a location where they could get big and it's not a problem. So that would be the goal with the planting design. Did that answer your question or?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, public comment? Anything either here? Okay. Please do. You've earned it.
Well, firstly, Chuck, thank you very much for all the work that you've put into this, and it's been a lot. And Tim also, yeah, okay. You've heard a lot. I think that you guys and the designers have done a great job taking public comments and doing the best you can. And I think the design is great. I do think people are going to have questions about the minutiae of it and what's been planted, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to be sure that we all understand and that people who are going to comment understand that we will have a chance to talk a little bit about what's being planted, et cetera. That being said, I just would encourage you to approve it and let's get on with this process. It's just been too much comment. The other thing that I would say is what people really wanted was basically a play area with grass, picnic table, somewhere for community to meet. And I think that's what's been provided. So kudos to everybody who worked on it and let's do it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my house backs up to this space, and so I'm at well, I won't say my address, but the one that's near the picnic table. So I'm excited about the plan overall. I think we should move forward. I do have some questions. I'm highly in favor of the ADA accessible entrance, the picnic table, and the native plants, which I assume will have drip irrigation going all the way along the side. The shrubs and the grasses on the side sounds great. I'm a little bit worried about the path because I think it's going to be a 15-foot setback is what I read, or I think it might be there on that diagram. So you're losing 30 feet of play space and then the however much 3 feet of the path. So that's a lot of space that's taken away from like the purpose of the play area, which is for kids, which is what my three sons use it for, is just for playing dodgeball and practicing their sports. So, you know, I do think the path is a little bit counterproductive the way it is now. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think it would be reasonable to actually come out and like spray paint as we're doing the final process, like actually spray paint where it's going to be and have people come and, you know, walk and use the space and see if it still makes sense for what it's intended for. I am not in favor of pouring concrete in the space, and I don't think it's concrete. I think it was more the decomposed granite, but it kind of looks like concrete in one of the pictures. Yeah, the picture that I'm looking at. So yeah, I would prefer the porous substances like decomposed granite over concrete. And then I'm just, yeah, wondering about the lawn, if there will be sprinklers required for the lawn. And just making sure that whatever is chosen for the lawn is gonna hold up to the dogs, because as you probably noticed, it is used a lot by dog owners as well as kids. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's gonna be a big asset to the community, and I'm very excited to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, just a quick comment. I just want to say I really support this. I think it's a very bare minimum design for a public park and very respectful of the neighbors who've been concerned about this space getting activated. And just really excited to see this happen and for this space, which has long been very neglected, and a space that's really not being used, for it to just come to life a little bit, feel a little more welcoming so people can actually gather there and not feel like they're gonna step maybe in a pile of dog poop or trip on a hump or sit down on some weird piece of wooden furniture that somebody put out there that you might get a splinter. But I just think it's really exciting, and I hope it moves forward. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wendy. So I actually live on Karen and moved there in 2003. And I guess the thing is, I think most likely there'll be an educational component to this, because as long as I've lived there since '03, it's been a dog park where you step on, you know what, all the time. And it's been really run down. So I think if we're designating this as a field for children to play, that's a big difference from a dog run. So I appreciate the fact that at least here, we're all talking about it as a field for the children, so that it doesn't become just another dog run. So thank you.
Thank you.
Going online, we will start with M. Cantor.
Oops. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Could I go last, please? Hello?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, next is going to be Miguel Mendoza.
Hi, everyone. Miguel Mendoza. I live in the Bel Air neighborhood. There were a lot of comments in post on this, and I think my thought was that more could be done with this park. I understand that we went with the minimalist design, and I was behind that design. I think that original design to me was bare minimum, and I think it was a disservice to get rid of some of the picnic tables and seating that could be used by senior citizens, by other folks. There was concerns about noise and community gathering too much, and that's going to happen either way. But it would be helpful to have more seating for my parents, for other people's parents, for senior citizens in the neighborhood to have a place to sit, or for myself in the future when I get older and I need a place to sit and the ground's a little bit hard to get up from. So I'd hope you'd consider the original plan and potentially adding in another picnic table or adding in a few more benches around there, so that inevitably the neighbors don't have to put more seating out there in the future. But yeah, I hope you move forward with this plan, and I think it's even more minimalistic than it was with the design and post. And the last comment is, in terms of the visibility, there currently isn't any visibility into the park, and it's only going to increase by adding more features and making it more accessible to people. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth and I'm a Tiburon resident. This park in particular is important to me because it is the Bel Air Elementary Evacuation Zone. And as someone who has two children in the Reed School District, I find it concerning that it doesn't have the basic amenities for, God forbid, an evacuation ever needed to happen. But unfortunately, just how the world is, you kind of have to plan for that stuff. So I'm really happy to see that this park is going to have an ADA accessible entryway and some basic seating and a picnic table. And I really urge you to vote yes and move forward. And if you're thinking about things, just remember, look at the survey stats and look at the public comments. This has been going on a really long time. And thank you for making this park a better place because it's important as a Bel Air evacuation zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Linda.
Hi, yes, same sentiment. Just let's vote yes and keep the park's momentum going. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Next is, and it just says it's an iPhone with SFO.
Hi, this is Erica Weirs from Bel Air. I'm a resident in the Bel Air neighborhood. I just want to say thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration over the last couple of years. I am fully in support of this park. I would love to see more. This does seem like the bare minimum. So with that, I would say please, please, please push this forward. I think as a taxpayer, as a resident, I want to see something done with that space. It is not safe in its current condition. And I think there's so much that we can do for our children and everybody else in the neighborhood to appreciate it and to just have another place to gather with their community and to celebrate this wonderful Southern Marin town that we live in. So please, please, please push this forward. Let's start taking some action and see something done with their Bel Air Park, which means a lot to this community and our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mindy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm a Bel Air resident for 40 years, and I also served as Parks and Open Space Commissioner for 15 years. And I just want to say that this play area is a treasure. This beloved open space play area has been used as a multi-purpose field since 1953 for playing catch, informal softball, soccer, tossing footballs, playing fetch with dogs, flying kites, birthday parties, Easter egg hunts, etc. William Blackfield, who developed the neighborhood and named all the streets after his kids, gave this play area to the community, which was county then, as shown on the map that I had sent to you and David Eshu has as well. And, I've socialized with the Blackfield family over the years, and it was their intention that this dedicated play area remain undeveloped so that it is a multi-purpose place for kids of all ages to use it as they will. So the play area is only 49 feet at one end and 120 feet at the other end. It's just too small to warrant sidewalks or this walkway. This current iteration of this design just came about a month ago that has a 15-foot setback from the fence to buffer from neighbors, which 15 feet is not going to do anything really. And you add on the footage for the actual sidewalk, and you're taking 40 feet in width from the whole length of this field, which actually renders it unusable as a play area. So at the end of the day, this will essentially destroy the play area since there wouldn't be enough space left to play on. For longtime residents, I don't think the town has done their due diligence because a lot of longtime residents who aren't here tonight are opposed to this walkway. It just takes up the whole play area. This area is drought resistant. It's wonderful natural grass that grows green all summer into the fall, turns brown for about a month till it starts raining, and it drains naturally down to the low end. So It really doesn't need much. I think what would improve it would be some picnic tables, maybe at the top end on either corner, and some more seating around the sides so the middle is open and not some structured path. So I say we need to put the brakes on this. And before any vote is taken, as the other resident who backs up to it had said earlier, that she and both I and other people would like to see this walkway staked out to scale. You know, it could be painted on, it could have stakes or story poles, whatever, just to see how it's going to affect this whole area. And I think that's a smart thing to do because at the end of the day, this is just a treasure and just a great place to go and sit and enjoy in its natural state. You know, it doesn't need irrigation. In fact, there are fruit trees that are around the perimeter that kids and adults enjoy in the summer picking fruit. And the town maintains it well. It needs
Can you wrap up your comments? You're over time.
Sure. It's low maintenance as it is, which is great. And the city mows it 4 or 5 times in the season, and that's it. So I say to not go ahead on this and look at this carefully and put in the story poles. And at the end of the day, maybe use the 400 or 500,000 price tag for this and give it to Belveron to use for theirs and just leave this open space play area the way it is with just a few seating improvements. I think that is the best way to go. So please vote no on approving this concept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Danielle Mendoza.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for staying up late. I live in the Bella neighborhood, and I think we're really doing a disservice by not by keeping this park unkept. It's dangerous. Families can't go and play and run around with their kids. It would be nice to just have it be leveled, a place to sit, a place for our community to gather. I mean, we've heard multiple comments this evening about how important community is, and especially with how things are going in the world, connection is so important. And with the way it is, it's just such a disservice to this area. And so I really encourage you to vote yes, to move it forward so that we can just, have a place to gather with all our families and have a place to sit and be able to run around and not, worry about being injured. I think we have the opportunity to make this a stronger community than it already is. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council and post.
I have a question.
Please.
The path, is that part of the need to provide accessibility?
Yes, it doesn't have to be a loop, but we do need a ADA compliant path from end to end.
Thank you.
You don't have to have a question if you don't.
Ms. Cantor made me wonder. I mean, we talked about some fundraising. I wonder if maybe we could reach out to the Blackfield family or one of the other very prominent folks that are referenced to help us with fundraising.
I support appointing Isaac to that committee.
I mean, I think we move forward with this. I think it's very thoughtful, and I think it represents a great compromise, and I definitely support it.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
Sure. I move that we go ahead with authorizing the design fee.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Fredericks. Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is recused. Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you, everyone. It was a long night, but I think we're all the better off for it. So
Can I say one
real,
thing?
real progress, yeah?
So one thing that we did hear from the community was, and obviously we have a lot of generous people here with their time, but also with their money. And while technically we might have enough money to do quite a bit of this,
Oh, absolutely.
it would be sort of irresponsible to spend all that money immediately, and it would cut to the quick in terms of our future planning. So I think setting up a mechanism or getting to work on setting up a mechanism whereby we could take donations, whether we need to structure a nonprofit or whatever, would be prudent.
Yeah, we can
And
agendize that.
that'd be great. Thank you so much.
It's a new day.
All right, thank you all. We're going to adjourn the joint meeting. Thank you, Post. And we're going to re-enter the regular meeting of the town council. So we're back in session, and now we're going to continue the meeting, folks. Bye. Thank you. Before we go to closed session, we're going to ask if there's any public comment on closed session topic.
Seeing none.
She'll join us. So we're gonna step out to closed session.
We're going upstairs, is that it? I have to tell you, Isaac.
We're back. We're back from closed session, and I am delighted to announce that we do not have anything to report out. And any reports from anybody? Nope.
Sure.
We are adjourned. 12:40. I think that's a record for me personally. That's
No, it's a record